I've been up for a while. I went to bed early. I went to bed early. I think that gaming took it out of me. But another day. And I am busy outside. I already did some weeding, working on the pool. Okay. We're live here. Good morning, Chris. Hold on. Let me get all these pop-ups. Doing laundry. Watching the severe possibility of weather today, as I predicted early in the week, almost a week ago. I called that by looking at the models. I hope I'm wrong. If anybody talks about it, I'm talking about the weather by looking at the models. And I said, watch out Sunday and tomorrow. I'm going to check now. Yeah, that's coming up. They have bigger things to worry about than a UFC fight. They have another fight. They're going to have super security for that. Oh my God. For that UFC. Wow. You're talking about serious security for that. They better. And good morning on TikTok. All right, hold on. Let me just get my bearings here. So I could have audio. Nope. Audio's not going to come through. All right, let's check the weather. Because the weather, like I just mentioned, could be serious for some. As I said a week ago, looking at the models, that this was possibly going to happen right here today. At the beginning, I thought it might affect more to the south. But then toward midweek, I said, it looks like it's going to be more up here, and I was right. So you have the possibility of tornadoes here, severe thunderstorms here. And this is probably a flood. Yeah, flash flooding. So right here, and tomorrow it's going to expand. So keep an eye on your weather if you're up here. Let's check some radars. There's no severe alerts yet. It's early in the morning. This is going to develop as the afternoon goes on. But the storms are already starting. It's probably a low. EF2 is 20% chance. That's crazy. That is a fugly cloud. Yeah, they have to, Chris. They better have. So yeah, this area here, Sioux City, you can see it. Minnesota, Iowa. it depends. It's right there, like it's bordering. But this whole area should be watching today for severe weather. Let's check. Can you believe the snow here in the mountains? Unbelievable, right? Look at the snow. That's pretty wild. Let's check the radar. Yeah, you can see Iowa's getting it now, but look at all this stormy weather, and it's heading east. Nebraska, but mostly it's going to be here. Let me go to a future model. This is the area of concern here. And this is going to shift to the east tomorrow and even more to the south, because that low is moving very slow. Look at the wraparound cold. Now let's see what they're saying. Let's see what they're saying overall about the weather. Let me just, because I don't want advertisements to pop up. I'm on TikTok. They might think something else, that I'm selling something. Okay. Keep hitting the wrong thing. Let's just see if they have a map right here today. Exactly what we were just talking about, right in here. And then tomorrow, look at this, even more of a risk of severe. Right in there. You see how far south it goes? It's like covering the whole midsection of the country. But mostly it's in here. Nebraska, Iowa, maybe Minnesota, maybe Wisconsin, depends. But yeah, that's tomorrow. So keep an eye. Tuesday, you could see where they're predicting it, and then it'll be here. Wednesday, which that makes sense because it's going to be 90 degrees here every day until Wednesday afternoon where it breaks because of that. Totally predictable, because we're going to get this cold front. It's going to be 90 today, 90 tomorrow, 93 on Tuesday, and 88 on Wednesday. That's way above normal. We don't average in our summer months here. The average high is like 83 in the middle of summer. It could be July, August. That's our average high. Because I live in New York, but upstate, it's cooler. This is already above normal, but I'm not complaining, no way. But it was 88, no, close to 90 yesterday. So we're having 90 degrees days. This isn't even summer weather. This is crazy. It's way above normal. It's unusual for May. So we don't get this weather till August, July, August. That's 2 months away, and we're having these 90s. So that cold front's going to come through, and it's going to bring that cooler air that you're seeing snow in the mountains, higher elevations in the Rockies. So we're going to get it. They need the rain, but I think they've been getting the rain. Summer-like. Look at these temperatures and see how it's not quite coming up to here. The jet is way up to the north, allowing this flow to come up. And they're talking about the severe weather threat. So yeah, today it's here. So if you live in this part of the country, you should pay attention to your weather today. And then it's going to be in this pretty much almost in the same area tomorrow, shifting maybe a little east and a little bit more south. So keep an eye on your weather. It is crazy. It is, Chris. So, again, I'm doing laundry. You can see where the risk is for tornadoes. Today. It's not a high risk, but there's a risk. EF2. The Central Plains to the upper Midwest supercells with very large hail and strong tornadoes are possible before one or more linear clusters of storms leads to an increase in wind damage potential by evening. So you could see what they're saying here overall. You just got to be careful. I wouldn't think so much down to the south. This is where it can, not Florida. It's going to be here. This is an overall outlook. So it's a 15% chance of tornadoes. The winds are higher, hail is 30%. So 1 in 3 chance for the hail and wind. 1 in 5, no, less. 1 in whatever. Say 6 even. 1 in 6 chance, 15% of tornadoes, but you got to be paying attention today. Definitely right here. I don't see any camera in that. It's just the only one, but it's still far away. You can definitely see some raindrops on it already. Look at that. That is a beautiful view. That's beautiful. For real. It's gorgeous. Now, I don't have neighbors too close to me, but I would love to live away from everybody like this or somewhere out here, just away from everybody. I like privacy. But that's a beautiful shot. Let's check the other one. I don't know if I hit that one or the other one. Yeah, that's the same one. It's in the general area. So you can see it's a little bit showery. Look at those clouds just moving. So yeah, today is the day for here. This area. Right in here. Tomorrow it'll be almost in the same exact spot, maybe a little bit more to the east, and the possibility of severe is more tomorrow in here. And then it'll shift a little on Tuesday, and then Wednesday it'll be here. But I'm not complaining, for me at least, because it's going to be 90s for the next few days. So I'm working on the pool right now. Good morning, Gitmo. What are you guys doing up so early? I mean, it's Sunday. It's not even 8 a.m. If you're Central Time, it's worse. It's earlier. Or is it better? If you're out west, forget about it. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. So, it's a little early. But I've been up already a few hours doing things. I weeded. Oh, my God. Does anybody... I hate that. I hate weeding. And I just pulled out a lot of weeds out front of the house. Took me an hour. Oh, and there's been Mama and the 3 bears were sighted last night. Yep, Mama and the 3 bears. Mama and the 3 bears. I don't know if there's a video though. I got the message last night. I don't join that neighborhood thing. My privacy is my privacy. I'm not for that sharing my cameras. I have the option. I'm not doing that. Recorded Mama and the 3 bears. Right here. Are you serious? This is what I mean. It's like right over here. And see, here's the thing. It doesn't matter if it's nighttime, even though they're more nocturnal. Mama and the 3 bears, this is very close to my house. I mean, very close. Oh my God, these are the smaller, these are even smaller. This is new. This is a new one. Those are babies. There's 3 others, they're older. So that makes, there's 6 in the area. Those are little babies. That's adorable though. The other ones I've seen are bigger in my neighborhood. Those are babies. Oh my God. Which is dangerous. Don't go near bears. I don't know how much more is on this tape. They could have clipped this. Yeah, they let the whole clip play. There she is with her babies. Look at this. 3 little bears with Mama Bear. Oh, that is adorable. That is adorable. I know it's not safe, but it's adorable. That's right near the house. I know exactly where this is. It's near the golf course. Oh my God, that's so close. It's like 2 minutes away. I know that property, that's why. The golf course is to this side. It's cray cray. The babies. You see that? The little hay moses. Dandelion seeds. Oh God, dude. Hi, Amy. What are you guys doing up? I'm up because I have to be up because I'm doing things. 3 little bears. That makes 6 now. There's older 3 little bears. They're not so little now. Those are babies. Cubs. Those are babies. Wow. That was yesterday. That is so close. It's 0.4 miles away. That's nothing. That's close. That's why it's coming up on the ring. So I was out there. Oh my God. And I still got to do a little bit more, but I can only do so much. An hour's worth of pulling weeds early in the morning is enough. But you can see how I went through all this. I pulled all the weeds because these are tiger lilies. This is going to look beautiful when they bloom. All this. And then all the rose trees are here. Rose trees. Not rose bushes. I actually planted 2 rose knockouts on the corners. But they're rose trees in the middle. I planted them for Mother's Day for Mom. 2 of them. 2-gallon rose trees. They're beautiful colors. So I went out there and I took all these weeds out today. And in the front of the deck. Pulled them out. And all along the roses. So it was like an hour of pulling weeds. It was horrific. Ugh. Better to do it while it's not so hot out. And then, which I gotta do right now, literally, right now, is check that pool. I shocked it this morning at 6 o'clock. And I gotta go out and put the little robot. Oh my gosh, Amy. All right, let's get the robot. Vacuum. Should be ready to go. I don't have sunglasses, but I don't need sunglasses. Little pH up. pH up. is beautiful out. Beautiful out there. Oh my gosh. It is beautiful. All right. Amir, where are you? I just seen you. Amir, keep up the great work. Are you still there, Amir? He's doing a lot of great stuff for Goldie, Armin, and Ali. I see him. I see him in the chat. I see others too that I know. But that's good. Keep up the great work with that. You don't think I'm not watching, do you? Now, I don't watch it on my computers. I watch it on the big screen TV, and they have the chat up on the screen during their streams. So it's not like I'm going to engage. So I'm just resting, lying back, and watching it on the TV. But I can see everybody in there. Navy Mom, Nina, Amir. There's a few. Kevin. There's a few of not Kevin. There's two Kevins. What's up, Debs? What's it say? What's going on? Oh, with me playing the Forza game? Yeah, I know. I'm pretty. I don't want to say the word because I'm on TikTok. I like the game. There's a lot to do though, and I'm not gonna rush it. I'm gonna take my time and enjoy it and play it, and do all the little missions. Yeah. Take the leaf blower onto the porch. Yeah, I got to do that, but not now. When the pump is running, it uses a lot of electricity. So I'll wait till I'm done with the pump, and then I'll leaf blow. But the reason is because all this is being powered by the solar panels. It's costing me $0 to run that pump, that pool pump. Otherwise, forget it. And if I had the ACs on, then forget it. But that's why it's the best time to cool the house down or run the pumps or anything electrical is while the sun is coming up. But the sun is not all the way up, so when it's fully up, then all the panels get energy. Right now, I'll wait until like 1. Follow me? Does that make sense? To get the full potential of the panels. So there's a way about it for me. It's like a strategy. But it works. You know, my utility bill was left over from last month, $44. I can't even tell you what would it be without the panels. Oh my neighbor just paid $300 for a water bill. I was like, oh, what? $300? I pay $0. I have a well. And I have so many filters on my well coming into the water line from the water softener, then it goes to filters. So it goes from the main water line to the water softener, then back out to these filters that I have to swap out. And then inside the house, I have filters. So my water is excellent to drink. Talk about spring water. Oh my God. I was just going to ask you what you save. I have no idea. Oh, like not everybody can get solar. I just happen to be in a place where I'd cut all my trees around my property because of thunderstorms. Fringe said she had snow. There's a lot of snow in the higher elevations, Fringe. They're going to get over 4 inches in the mountains here in the Rockies. But you had snow yesterday? She's in Alberta. I know. You know why. Rebates on panels have gone away. Because they cut it. In the big beautiful bill, they cut the tax credits, a whole bunch of stuff out of solar. I've gone through that conversation. I'm not going to go back to it. and it was the end of, Jesus, I don't even know. It was, you had until the end of 2025 to get panels installed and settle it all up. Otherwise, because I actually was talking to my solar guy. He was on the phone discussing. No bueno. It's no bueno. But a lot of people here have solar. Now, the incentives aren't the same. But, I mean, I would have to look into it. But, like, it has saved me, Mark, it has saved me thousands of dollars already. The panels. But not everybody can get them. If they're in a, like, say you live in a coastal area and you get a lot of that mist and moisture coming from the ocean or whatever, fog, you can't have it. It's not going to do anything. They're not going to, they won't put it in. They will not put in panels if they don't think your house can produce to make it worth putting panels. You have to qualify. Your roof has to be inspected. Whole bunch of stuff. It took me 4 months to get them installed with the town permits and all the, oh my God. They had to put a new panel in the garage, you know, like a breaker panel because it has to be made for solar. Oh, come on. I'm going to try to sign into my solar company. I don't remember the password. I don't know about you people, but I constantly change my passwords and I don't write them down or I don't put them on the computer. And then I have to freaking remember them. It's not easy. Oh shit, I'm in. So already today, okay, I've produced, this is the live status. I've produced 48 point, and that's low because it's early. I've produced 48.8 kilowatts. I've imported 8.9. I've consumed 21.1. So that means I've exported already today. Exported 36.6. I'll take a screenshot. This is live. And that's, the sun is just coming up. And I'm already way ahead with the pump on, the pool's on. It's no brainer. But again, I have no trees. All the panels get full sun. I have them in the east, south, and north. But my roof doesn't go like this. My roof is like this. So even on the side, it still gets the sunlight. It's not a sharp angled roof. So I'm able to monopolize big time on my panels. I have 26. So it works for me. I've had them for 2 years now. So this is exactly from right now, a snapshot, live. I've imported 8. Remember, this is overnight. There's no production overnight. Look what I've produced already. Look what I've consumed. And look how much I've exported. So if you do the math, this combined with this makes up this. So I've exported 36%. That's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I'm good with solar, but not soaking up acres of land for commercial. Yeah, that's a whole different. But here's the problem with that, because it happens here. It's actually not as bad as you think. And I'll tell you why, because when solar power became available here 8 years ago from a farm, those farms that they build them on, those people that own that property are making tons of money leasing their property to these farms. Some of these are farms that no longer were producing and making money. And I'm talking literal farms like agriculture, cattle, livestock. They said, okay, I'll turn my farm into something that's going to pay me some money, and I'm going to make these solar farms on my farms. They're getting paid a lot more than struggling, trying to survive with agriculture or with livestock. I'm getting paid. At least they're guaranteed money. It's guaranteed. Because I had power from a solar farm at the beginning. Then I got the panels, and it was still saving me money. So there's two ways to look at that. A lot of these farmers said, screw that. I'll put panels on my property. I'm going to get a ton of money. I don't have to do anything. They're going to do it all for me. They're leasing my property to put these panels. It's a ka-ching. And they don't have to worry about going bankrupt or filing for bankruptcy and all that stuff because they can't produce the crop or livestock or whatever. So it's a catch-22 in some situations. Now, it depends of what kind of commercial use. I get that, Mark. Because there's other things that just they build it for their factories. A lot of them put them on the roofs, but they use the side of their properties to put these huge areas of panels. That's different for the commercial use. But for as far as providing energy for local, it's amazing. Did you see Tuesday in England? I did not. I was reading about it, what was going on. I did not. I was so busy yesterday. You'll be on your way, things to do, people to irritate. That's funny, French. Well, you're not irritating me. So it can't, I mean, maybe I'm special. There's other people you're going to irritate. I'm glad I'm not one of them. Tell Astra I send my love too. So yeah, it depends. You saw the little bears, Fringe, that I showed from the neighborhood, 0.3 miles away. They're babies, baby cubs, adorable from a distance. Mama bears, you don't want to go near those bears. You do not want to go near those bears. You're funny, Fringe. You don't go near them, especially with Mama. Oh my gosh, what a bad mistake that would be. So again, getting back to another thing, the weather. Remember, today, right in here, and yes, there is snow here, higher elevations. Look in the mountains just right there. I landed there. It's beautiful. The Rockies, over 4 inches. That's wild. I flew when I went from here to there, and flying over the Rockies in the day was beautiful to look at, but it looked so dry. That was 3 years ago, and it did not look good on the ground. It looked dry in the Rockies. I was like, wow. So look at all the places of snow behind this system that's creating this crazy weather. But that's higher elevation, but still. This is where you got to watch out today. 15% chance. It says here level 1, EF2 possible. 20%. But you got to be careful in this area today. There are no alerts yet. Let's check. It's a little windy. That's a beautiful view. I love that view. That'd be a great place for sky watching. Nice and dark, away from people, right here. I'd have my stuff set up right here. That would make for great viewing. Lack of trees, open air, dark sky, perfect, perfect. That's what I would do. Yeah, Sioux City. Yes. Um, isn't it gorgeous? Where's that other camera? I just had him. I mean, look at that. Just open. And look at the work involved tending to this land that you're looking on the screen. Can you imagine the work involved? That's a lot of work. Farming. Those people work there, you know what's off. You know that. They work hard. To maintain and do this, that's a lot of property. So yeah, there you go. This is the risk today. And it's going to be like that tomorrow. It's going to extend down south, a little bit shift east. It's going to be like a little bit more down, but not so much in Texas, but right in here tomorrow. Watch out, because this is a slow mover. Then you'll have the possibility of severe storms here Tuesday and then Wednesday along the coast. For me. That's why it's so warm out right now. But that cold air is right behind it, and that's going to cause some storms, even for me. And I want to see one more time. I'm going to get rid of that video because I don't want to get in trouble. So there it is today. Same, the area we were just looking at. Large hail, tornadoes, locally damaging winds, 60 to 70. So you got to watch today. And look at tomorrow. It's almost in the same area. Look at that. But it dips a little bit more to the south. Oklahoma. But Kansas. Look at this. Nebraska. Look at the reds. That's where you really got to watch tomorrow. The whole area, but really where this red is. Look at the tornado threat tomorrow. Des Moines all the way down to Kansas. Look at this. That's bad. Tomorrow's bad. I know, but we're on TikTok, Debs. You know what I mean? Have a great one, Mark. So, and then it shifts Tuesday a little bit to the east. And then Wednesday, it's along the coast, Mid-Atlantic, New England here. Won't be as bad, but we still have a chance of... I have to watch these lines. I don't go based on that because you never know how the lines develop. You could have severe weather outbreaks just because it says that some severe storms, well, some severe storms is still some severe storms possible. So I got to keep an eye out on Wednesday. So there you go. So you can see the risks. You got to remember, Debs, I wasn't on TikTok for 3 days. So I got to be very mindful on that app when I'm streaming. That's why I'm not talking about certain things on there anymore. I can't. It's horrible, but it is what it is. You just cannot bring up certain things. Like I said, it is what it is. And then what do they have this? I know. And you know what's the crazy thing? Because, I do videos on weather, sky watching, whatever. And then you see people putting these posts that are just utterly ridiculous, and it's like a bunch of people drooling watching someone. It's like, that's okay. Do you know what I'm talking about? Because they love that on TikTok. They just love to see eye candy. And it doesn't even have to be important. It doesn't even have to be anything relevant. It's just to see eye candy. It's like, wow, this is, but see what I'm saying? It's cray cray. It is actually crazy. Um, um, but it's not just that. It's like I just said, Debs. Um, yeah, that's why I'm streaming on TubaView, Book of Face, Rumbler Nation. If I wanted to change the conversation, I would just stop on TikTok completely and just keep going on the other platforms. It's as simple as that. You can't do it. Then you got to watch what word you say. If you say the wrong word, you're flagged. Or worse, it is beyond. Even if I have it on, and I always do, it's always on 18 plus. I still have issues. I still have issues. Because it's always 18 plus on TikTok, always. Yeah, well, it's not as bad. It was worse on TubaView. It's not as bad anymore. It's not. They kind of backed off a little. Trust me, that's why a lot of people went to Rumbler Nation. Because of that. So, you know, it is a true issue. Yeah, I like right now, I don't post on Book of Face, like personal posts. But if I'm going live, from time to time, I will on Book of Face. But I usually don't. It's not my thing. Like I said, I usually don't, Amy. It's usually TubaView, Rumbler Nation, or TikTok. But really, when I'm talking about the other topics we discuss, you know what I'm talking about, Iran and other stuff, it's TubaView. You guys know that. I don't do it often. I won't do it anymore on TikTok. Too risky. I learned my lesson. I learned my lesson a few days ago. Yeah, I mean, I can remove destinations and add destinations using Streamlabs. I can go to 8 destinations if I wanted to. What's going on? Yeah, well, will they give for no reason? Yeah, you gotta, like I said, Debs, you gotta be careful. Even on the other one, you wouldn't believe it. If I went to my Book of Face, I just want to see. Oh my God, my cut. Oh, that's Letty. That's the other Letty. So, my video yesterday, I was gaming. Your video is partially muted due to a copyright match. What copyright match? I was playing my music. And it says it plays what was, if I play it on now, I'm going to get hit again. My music, it's my music. It doesn't even make sense. And it says it on Book of Face. Your video is partially muted due to a copyright match. Almost every one. It's unbelievable. So even with that, what do you mean? Amir, You're here. How are they gonna ban you for you? I don't know. I'm not gonna play the clip. I'm just gonna get hit again. I'm not banned. Just a copyright. They took the music out. Amir, keep up the great work on Ali's channel with Armin on Goldie. I see you. I saw you. You're busy. Keep spreading it. I see you, and it's good what you're doing. I'm not in chat because I'm watching it on my big TV and I see the pop-up chat that they have on the screen on the right. I see you in there. Nina, Kevin, Navy Mom. I see the few of you in there. That's good. It helps them. What? It is what it is, Amir. It is what it is. I know you got to be careful with the videos, Debs, that you upload. Matter of fact, my thing fell yesterday. I got to fix it. I forgot about that. I got to retape it. I was going to do that. See, I don't have more room for this. I'm running out of room. Okay, we need tape. Scotch tape. We gotta get him wrapped up. Now I messed up the tape. Oh my gosh. Let's put another piece. Okay, that should be good. So the alien's dressed up nicely now, draped in a flag. See? I'm blocking it, but he's there. It matches too. Well, thank you for that, Amir. Thank you for that. What they need, well, they're not going to play it anyway. They need some of my songs. And I have no problem allowing them to play them. I have quite a few. I could even write one. Maybe I'll do that today. Dedicated to Tusi. You know, I may not do it by name, but maybe just in general, all the Persian people out there supporting from outside, internally in Iran. I don't want to get into the conversation because I'm on TikTok, but maybe I need to write a song dedicated to them. It'll take me about 20 minutes to write the lyrics. It might be a good idea. You just made me think of that. I've been doing this, TT, and yeah, you gotta, like I said, Debs, be careful on TT, what you upload. Just my advice. I know a lot of people who've gotten removed permanently. They are, Chris. They're a little bit too much. Like if I was to, I could read. It's quiet. I told people, calm down, don't go cray-cray, and start thinking it's imminent, that something's going to happen. Even if it were, it takes planning and organization. It's not going to happen overnight. So I think a lot of people thought that could happen this weekend. They're still trying to negotiate behind the scenes. Don't ask me why. That's just a waste of time. They still say they're trying to communicate with those in that country that they can negotiate with. I don't understand it. I just can't anymore. So I'm pretty much like giving up on that. I don't want to hear that nonsense. So until something develops, like for real, I would think, believe it or not, I think the Israelis are going to act sooner than we are. I truly believe that. They're just waiting for the green light, but they're only going to wait so long. And I don't blame them. They have to defend and do what they need to do. I'm just looking to see if there's anything. So there's people mocking it, saying, it's just a comment. Will the USA and Israel kick it off with Iran this week, or will this dog and pony show continue? And I don't know what they're talking about here. Supposedly there was a munition that the Israelis, I don't know, they're twisting it. I don't know what happened here. The explosion apparently occurred at a test engine facility inside the highly secretive Israeli Sado Misha Beich in central Israel. But I heard it was a munition. This base will most likely be targeted by Iran and others in the days, weeks to come. Beneath it lies a vast network of hardened underground bunkers and concealed tunnels that house much of Israel's nuclear-capable Jericho 3 ballistic missile arsenal. Again, this is what this person is saying. So this is the kind of stuff that's out there right now. Just saying. And I don't want to share what the propaganda side is putting, because I'm not going to put maps, locations. I'm not going to play part in spreading the propaganda. I refuse to do that. And like I said, I don't want to touch this subject while I'm on TikTok. I'm slightly disappointed yesterday night that there wasn't something big. It was now noon night and Eurovision was airing. I really thought it was perfect for military operation. The conditions are going to be perfect with no moonlight. That's why I say, and I think there was a Pakistani, some kind of thing going on. There's a meeting. It's not going to happen during that meeting. I'm going to have to look it up, but there was something going on. Nothing was going to happen this weekend, because there's still stuff going on behind the scenes. I mean, just look at this. 51 minutes ago, the IAE said it had been informed by the UAE that no injuries were reported and the emergency diesel generators were providing power to Unit 3 of the plant. So a drone strike hit the Barakah nuclear power plant in the UAE. This is dangerous. They went for a nuclear power plant. When does the line literally get drawn in the sand where now that's just too dangerous to play around with that? So far, nothing has been detected, no radiation. The IAEA Director General Rafael Grossi expressed grave concern over the incident and said military activity threatening nuclear safety was unacceptable. The agency said it was in constant contact with the UAE authorities and was ready to provide assistance if needed. Because remember, it's not precision targeting. They're just hitting it with a drone, and whatever the drone basically hits. That's dangerous. That's bad. Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu said on Sunday he was scheduled to speak with U.S. President Donald Trump later in the day, adding that he expected the conversation to include Iran. Of course it is. He said Netanyahu wants to hear how the trip went with the Chinese leader. He also said they were like, The two leaders would also discuss Iran, where, as I said several days ago, there are many possibilities and we're prepared for every scenario. So this is 1 hour ago. The United States has set 5 conditions in response to Iran's proposals, including no payment of damages and the transfer of the highly enriched uranium. They also said limits on their nuclear facilities, refused to release Tehran's blocked assets, and made any halt to war conditional on negotiations. Iran, in turn, had made negotiations conditional on an end to the war in Lebanon and Iran, so they want Hezbollah protected from Israel. That's not going to happen. Sanctions relief, that's not going to happen. The release of blocked assets, that's not going to happen. Compensation for any war damage, that is definitely not going to happen. And the U.S. acceptance of the Islamic Republic's authority of the Strait of Hormuz, that's not going to happen. Paying tolls and controlling an international waterway. So this is why negotiations is nonsense. It's been nonsense. It's been nonsense since this whole ceasefire started. It's nonsense, not going anywhere. And until they figure this out, they're going to have to make the conclusion that they don't want to do. They don't want to use military. They don't want to use military, because if that was the case, they would have used it already. If you have the proverbial chokehold, you're just not going to let it go and give them time to breathe. Well, they gave them now plenty of time to breathe. You have to wonder why. Why didn't you just go after them when you had them as decimated as you say you had them? But no, now you gave them over a month of a ceasefire to breathe and regroup, blah, blah, blah. This is a very bad mistake on this administration. And it's going to end up being worse. Because now if you go back with military, you're going to have to do that for days or weeks, hoping to bring them to the table. God only knows what they've done in this few weeks. So now you're going to extend the time period on this situation even longer, hoping they come to the table, which who knows if they even will by then, if something happens now. And then we're back to here, Groundhog Day, again. It's cray-cray. Exactly. I can't say this enough. From before this operation even started, war, whatever you want to call it, on February 28th, I said, and I have many witnesses on TubeView that know I said this, the first priority should have been keep that strait open. Destroy everything along the coastal area, the inland threat from drones and missiles, all their naval vessels, including their fast-moving boats. Not just the big ones, the little ones too. All the dry dock where these boats were, all the marinas where these boats were, smash them. Where they get their fill-ins for gas to fill up these boats, smash them. But somebody decided, and this was almost like a month ago now, that the fast-moving boats were not a threat. And I that's in my head still. And then all of a sudden, oh, wait, we got to target the fast-moving boats now. Like the only thing that could drop a mine were the big boats, not the little ones. We just omitted them. So there's been a lot of oopsies in the planning here, and we're paying for it now. So what we need to do is nail them, get rid of all these fast-moving boats, because they can only be out there for so long. They're limited on fuel, right? They come out, they do their thing, probably laying more mines, and then they go back. Well, when they go back, you nail them. Destroy them. Utterly destroy them. And you may have to do a limited ground occupation in the coastal areas to secure this, to prevent them from threatening the strait. But not for a long time, for a limited time, because they're going to be at high risk to be targeted by drones and missiles and everything else. But that's the only way at this point. Bash them. Hit them hard. Let the Israelis concentrate on targeting leadership. like Vahidi and all the others in the high rank. I've been saying this forever. And I see other people talking about it on their podcast. And they're right. All of them. All of them. All the names you hear. And matter of fact, I'll take it even further than that, like I've been saying. All the parliament members, all the assembly of experts, all the judiciary, the National Supreme Council, the mouse, if whatever, cardboard man, and IRGC. You want to see this regime collapse and quick and the strait opened without this stalemate? You go after that rest of that leadership. There's still a lot left. And then you'll see how fast they collapse. Then you're going to see some serious collapse. That's when the Iranian people have the opportunity to take it over. Because there's nobody going to be running the country. You still have Ghalibaf. You have all these people in the higher echelon of leadership. You got to go after them. The Israelis will do that. We need to focus on the strait. Forget about sending a ground strike group to retrieve the enriched uranium. That's going to take days, weeks, whatever. That's so high risk. You're going to need heavy equipment to dig and get down there. You're going to have to create a security perimeter. That's a lot. So no. If you make the regime cave, everything else falls in place. Because new leadership means new rules. You'll have plenty of time to access those areas if the regime change happens. You'll have plenty of time to get the strait reorganized, everything else, because the regime is done. Who's giving the orders? Right now it's Vahidi. And the mouse, who knows? It's not complicated. It's really not. So if you really want to put the priorities in place, that's the way to do it. And if you don't do it, the United States looks weak. China would love us to bail out and give up. So would Russia. So would others in the area. I mean, that would be so weak for the United States. And I don't care if they spin it that they won the war, they decimated Iran militarily. You lost. That's bottom line. You lost. You caved in to Iran. The regime stayed. They survived. They won. They outdid you. And they're going to be emboldened moving forward. They're going to threaten the region even more. There's going to be an arms race in the region. It's going to get even worse between Israel and Iran, because God only knows what Israel's going to do. It's going to embolden the proxies. The proxies will have time again to rebuild after being devastated. This is bad in so many ways. Bad. So there's two options. Make a deal, cave in, compromise, end it right now. Don't get me wrong, a lot of people are suffering economically with the gas and everything else. I know that. But if we allow this to go on in the future, we're going to have to deal with this even worse in the future. And what worries me is how a future administration would deal with this situation if it comes. And Iran knows they really want a nuke right now because that's their card. That's their deterrent card. Once they have that, it's a game changer. For real. So this isn't complicated. Don't get me wrong. I want this to end. I want it over so things could get back to kind of normal in a few months. Everybody wants that. Peace in the area, peace between Iran and Israel, the whole region, stability, calms down things. The people of Iran get an opportunity to take back their country, liberate Iran from the regime, and have a productive, peaceful, prosperous life with their families. You're going to have a lot of external Iranians going into the country to help rebuild the country. They're just waiting. It makes total sense. Really? Even his adopted father is clueless for the Mouse Jr.? His real condition? I think he may be incapacitated to the point where he doesn't want to be seen. Because he might be, disfigured. That's why he doesn't want to make a public appearance. But that doesn't mean he can't still talk or communicate. There's a difference there. He may not want to be seen in his current state, but that doesn't mean he can't communicate. We just don't know. Like, you know how Tusi talks about a cardboard man in a bed? We just don't know. That's why it's not all about, you got all these other... Yes. This is a complicated topic. It's not... There's a lot of gray here. But I just hope that the job is done and the opportunity for peace in the region and the opportunity for the people of Iran to try to take back their country, that's on them. Whether they succeed or not, that's on them, but at least give them the opportunity to do it. Go after the leadership. Go after the regime, the core. Go after the IRGC. Go after the Basij. Go after the security forces. Go after their police. I can't believe that guy's still out there walking. That commander. I can't believe it. He's still out there. And I can't emphasize this more than I've done for over a month. More than that. But since this whole thing started. It's cray-cray. It's absolutely cray-cray. It's not complicated. And the more they give these people an opportunity to regroup, the worse it gets. God only knows what they're doing. God only knows what they're doing right now. I have no clue. They know. And just remember the structure. I've been showed this image so many times. From the beginning, we've been talking about this. You've got to get rid of this upper echelon. You have to get rid of it. This is what's controlling right now. These are a bunch of crazy hardliners. These are the people that are doing, I can't say it on TikTok, but people are unalived every day because of them making decisions about the people that were protesting and then putting them to be unalived. God only knows what this one is doing or is even able to do. But right now it's here. Then you got the National Supreme Council. You got these people up here. Look what's on the bottom. And there's about 290 of them in here. These are clerics, mullahs. They are radical. They're extremists. There's, if anything, you got a very small, what would you call a handful of moderates. You are not dealing with them. Every time I hear we're going to make a deal with these moderates, you're out of your mind because they are the ones up here that say whether it happens or not. It's not going to happen. No deal is going to happen because the hardline approach is happening right now because the IRGC is running the shots in Iran. And until we get that through our thick heads and these people that are behind the scenes trying to push diplomacy with a terrorist country, you've got to be delusional. This doesn't make any sense. Do you know what I mean? I can't take it. Good morning, JC and Dandy. So Amir, continue doing the great work that you're doing on the other channels. Provide information. Help Armin, help Ali, help Goldie, help whoever that you're going to. And then look at what happened in the UK. I seen videos. It was amazing how many people turned out. Amazing. That, if not the messaging, just on the amount of people that showed up, the UK better pay big attention to what the people want. There was a lot of people. I don't know if you've seen the videos. Oh my gosh. So many people turned out. Which is great. Because that sends a signal. But will anything come about it? I don't know. Amir is a legend. I see him. I see him, Dandy. I see him. I don't, like I said, I watch it on my big screen TV, so I don't chat. I see him in there doing his thing. And Nina and a few others. I see it. That's great that you guys are doing that. For real. That's a great thing. Oh, you like it? I told you about 2C Debs. I told you. 2C's awesome. And again, you know, I try to remove the politics away from it because you could see where they lean, obviously. I try to get away with that. I try to get away from that. I just try to keep it practical, objective, and looking at it for what it face value, for what it is. You know, not getting into the whole left-right argument, all that, attacking each other. I don't do that. I'm just looking at it practically. And from like a rational, critical thinking point of view. Like, all the other stuff is fine and dandy. And people get all riled up. But the point is, you have to look at what the situation is. Realistically, what is the situation? The situation is gas here is going up across the globe, whatever. This has to end sooner rather than later. Because if this goes on longer, we're going to feel this into the winter. So one way or another, something's got to give. This has to end. The strait has to be reopened. Traffic has to go through to create stability in the markets, you know, to provide the production, get the exports out, imports in. Something's got to give. What the give is, that's the key. And it does not look like the president's giving in. Yet, you have people in the background in the administration trying to still negotiate with the so-called moderates who have no power in Iran. Make sense of that. Just please try to make sense of that. Iran right now is saying, oh my gosh, we've got the United States in a real... They're still trying to push for a deal, and we're making it clear. So we're going to stand on our demands. Are they going to actually do a military option? It looks like he's very hesitant. And some people say, oh, he's just preparing. Okay. So are they. So they're like really hedging their bets on this now. They're not going to cave. They think he's going to cave. But I don't think he's going to cave. So what comes next? We're at a deadlock. So is this going to deadlock is just going to keep staying in place? For how long? How's this going to get resolved? Through diplomacy? And even if you use military action, does that guarantee diplomacy? Because I think it was Rubio that said, we may have to strike them again to bring them back to the table. Bring them back to the table. So we're going to be back to what we're doing right now. All of us here, Groundhog Day, again. We're going to be here after a military campaign of weeks, days, who knows. So we're back to here, hoping they come back to the table. Think about that. That's where we're at. I really, really respect Ben Habib of the Advanced UK Party. He's a good man. Tommy Robinson, I'm very proud of the people in the UK. Yeah, I saw that. Amir. And it is to, but I don't know, as crazy as it sounds, I don't know even what happened yesterday. Because what happens is, just like anything else, as time passes by, they hope that things die down. Even though there's a huge protest like that, a rally, they hope in time it goes away. You got to keep applying that pressure. Because, like I said, people, a lot of people have short attention spans. They move on to the next thing. I hope that the UK folks stay intent and keep applying that pressure by their freedom of speech. When I seen what 2C said, that they're trying to pass allegedly some kind of a new law or changing things about when people make comments or anything else, it's punishable by, I was like, oh my gosh. You guys can't even speak in the UK. That's crazy. Yeah, I saw that, Keith. I read that earlier about the phone call. I hope. I hope it is what you think, Keith. I'm hoping. Because like I said, there can only really be two outcomes here. Like, if it were me, and it's not me, Israel should concentrate on certain leader targets, and we need to clean up the Strait of Hormuz. Let Israel target the list. I don't know how much their air defenses have been redeployed. I don't know how much missiles they were able to dig out of their missile cities with their hidden launchers in them to protect them. I don't know what their capacity is. I don't know what China sent them. Did you see this BS about this ship, this armored vessel, that it's Chinese, and we didn't send them anything, but we allowed them to take the ship that's supposedly armed with all kinds of goodies. So you can only imagine the intelligence sharing, all that. The Russian, again, land bridges, the Iranians are still using that, and the Caspian Sea. That's another thing that has to be hit. The ports in the Caspian Sea to stop that flow coming from Russia and Turkmenistan or Azerbaijan, anywhere else that they're getting any kind of funneling in the Caspian Sea. Cut them off. Cut them off. So there's still stuff to do. That's, so yeah, I see what you're saying, Debs. All right, Debs, have a great day. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. It's only 9 a.m., but I got things to do too. I got to go check the pool in a second. So we'll see how this plays out. And I don't think you have to be so concerned with the markets. Oh, Mom has a doctor's appointment tomorrow. About the market situation, just do it. The markets is going to markets. It's going to act, react, whatever. Just do what you got to do. Do it now. Yeah, the market's going to take a hit. Look at this. Drone strike sparks fire on the edge of the UAE's nuclear power plant in latest blow to Iran truce. The AP just put this out, but I said it earlier. They almost hit a nuclear power plant in the UAE. I don't know. How much longer are we going to wait until something really, really bad happens? I don't know. Uh-oh. All right, now they're talking about the 5 points. The United States, the other side has just officially put it out. The United States has sent a new proposal. Here we go. To Iran, including the following. The U.S. will not pay for any damage compensation to Iran. Duh. Transfer of the enriched uranium to the U.S. Here's the difference, only one nuclear facility will remain operational in Iran. That's a little change. Only one nuclear facility will be operational inside Iran so they can monitor it, so they could try to monitor the one. Good luck with that. They're bending. Less than a quarter of Iran's frozen assets will be released. So they're even talking about giving them sanction relief. Less than a quarter? What does that mean? 20% of Iran's assets will be unfrozen? How much is that worth? Billions? I don't want to hear about the $3 billion that Obama on plane loads. If you give them sanction relief, that's just as good as giving them. The cessation of war on all fronts is conditional on holding negotiations in Islamabad. That's talking about extending the ceasefire. So they want the war stopped on all fronts. The United States is now saying, yes, we'll stop as long as negotiations move forward. They changed. So the United States caved in slightly. It's still not going to happen, because some of those points they're not going to agree to anyway. But what they might say is, we can work on some of these points and we'll deal with the other ones at a later time. They really want to deal badly. They're bending a little. They bent a little bit. The language changed. Only one nuclear facility will remain operational inside Iran. So they're allowing one facility to stay operational under supervision. Less than a quarter of Iran's frozen assets will be released during the negotiations. How much is that worth? I would like to know how much in frozen assets they have. Less than a quarter of Iran. What is that, 20%? 15%? 10%? What? A quarter is 25%. So you're willing to give them sanction relief? The cessation of war on all fronts is conditional, so that's the ceasefire, on holding negotiations in Islamabad. So as long as the negotiations are going on, cessation of all military activities, and that would force Israel to continue with Lebanon. But does that include the UAE and other Arab countries in the cessation of war? This is cray-cray. This is what the other side is posting. So, this is the other side, remember. An Iranian drone struck the Barakah nuclear power plant in the UAE. Authorities confirm a fire broke out but say there are no injuries. The UAE has informed the IAEA that radiological safety levels are normal and there is no radiation leak. According to the UAE media, the attack took place against an electricity generator located just outside of the main perimeter of the nuclear power plant. Still close. Drones maybe in northern Israel. Several rockets were launched by Hezbollah at troops in southern Lebanon. I can't believe they're still trying to negotiate with them. But Iran's not going to cave. You got they're already seeing the United States is giving a little, so they might just say, "Oh, they just gave a little bit on stuff. Maybe we'll just keep waiting. Maybe they'll offer us a better deal." Alexa, how much money is Iran's frozen assets that the U.S. has been blocking?
Iran's frozen assets total between $100 billion and $120 billion globally, with about $2 billion specifically frozen in the United States.
That's not much. That's all they have in frozen assets? Is $2 billion in the United States? It's thinking. Alexa, stop. Alexa, how much does the United States control globally for freezing Iran's assets?
The United States controls approximately 75% of global high-performance AI compute capacity.
Alexa, stop. That's not what I asked. Alexa, how much is the United States responsible for the frozen assets globally against Iran?
The U.S. directly controls about $2 billion of Iran's frozen assets, with additional influence over assets in other countries through international sanctions and diplomatic pressure.
How much is that valued at, the international sanctions?
International sanctions have frozen between $100 billion and $120 billion of Iran's assets globally. This includes $2 billion in the US, $7 billion in South Korea, $6 billion in Iraq, $20 billion in China, $1.5 billion in Japan, and $1.6 billion in Luxembourg.
Alexa, stop. So the United States has been freezing it globally, internationally, and they sanctioned Iran. It's worth $100 to $120 billion. So 20% of that is $20 to $30 billion, possibly. And you want to unfreeze that kind of money? Less than a quarter will be released to Iran? Is China involved in this? That's like giving them plane loads of money. As they criticized Obama, you're going to do that for them? You're going to give them access to at least $10 billion? At least. That's just as bad, if not worse. So what the hell is that about? That's not good. If that's true, if the Iranian media, which I don't believe, is correct on the terms the United States allegedly offered to Iran now, we don't know that's a fact. Let's make that clear. But if it is true, we just caved a little bit. But I don't know if it's enough for the Iranians to bite anyway, because they might just come back and say, we refuse this. Or they can use the time to play and say, well, this is something that we can meet and negotiate on, just to play time. And this keeps going on and on and on. Is that crazy? Is it crazy? We didn't, what do you mean we didn't give in any? Of course we gave in. Of course we did. From the original demands of the United States, we caved. They were not to have any nuclear facilities whatsoever, shutting down their production for 20 years. Now we're going to allow one to be operational? That's totally different. Totally. Sanction relief under a quarter during negotiations? That's never been brought up. We just caved in on that. We're actually going to give them partial sanction relief while their negotiation is going on in Islamabad? Hell no. Oh no. No sanction relief. Absolutely not. If this is true, that's another one they caved in on. Oh no. It's crazy Trump's going to make a deal. And they're still talking about making a deal with these people. Exactly. I don't get it. Again, if this is true, though, if this is true, it's coming from Iranian media, IRGC-controlled media outlet. So you cannot, even though I mentioned those points, doesn't mean it's true. But that's what they're saying. No sanction relief. None. BS. During negotiations? I could see if we struck an actual deal. This is just to negotiate, to keep negotiations going on in Islamabad. It's preconditional. It's not even saying there's a deal in place. This is just to negotiate. And they get a partial sanction relief? Oh, hell no. 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 I wonder who came up with that. If this is true, I wonder who came up with that one. It's not the president. Somebody else is throwing it in the game. I don't know. It's going to be curious to see. So the Pakistani interior minister held talks at Iran's presidency in Tehran. No wonder nothing. That's what I was saying. Nothing was going to happen this weekend because the Pakistanis are in Tehran right now. The statement said he spent nearly 3 hours at the presidency where Iranian interior minister and Iranian foreign minister were also present. He also had a private meeting with the president of Iran that lasted about 90 minutes So they're there. They have a delegation in Tehran, probably talking about the U.S. proposal and sitting down with them to see what their counter would be. Who knows? God only knows what's going on. But like I said, the more this gets delayed, the more the country suffers, the world, the global markets suffer. Yesterday, I get my tank up with gas, and I filled up my containers. The gas was $4.54 for regular. I use regular for the mower, for the cans, not for my car. That should cost me $5 a gallon. And just to do it, it's like $10. I got 2 gallons. I'm like, holy shit. This is going to be expensive to fill up the car. That's just pumping up. That's just gas. I mean, Alexa, what's the current price for heating oil in Orange County, New York? I'm afraid.
Heating oil is currently $3.9056 per gallon in
That's-
Orange County, New York.
I
as
wish.
of May 14th on the Neum Exchange.
I wish it was that cheap. She's wrong. 3 something. Are you crazy? It's like 6 something a gallon. I'm gonna check. I got to get oil very soon. I have less than a quarter of a tank of heating oil. Now the heating oil is not for heat now. It's about hot water. Because I don't have an electric water heater. Stupid on me. Might be something I need to do. Like immediately. I'm going to call my neighbor who's a plumber. Might have to go get an electric water heater and have him install it. It'll cost me cheaper than buying oil. For the price I'm going to pay extra for oil, I'll put a heater. Let me see. They have a bunch of prices. Oh, but that's regular gas. So if you get 150 gallons minimal, it's $718. For 200 gallons before this started, it was the same price. That's what I'm reading. This was updated a few minutes ago. It went up a few minutes ago. The cheapest one is $4.87 for heating oil. That's not bad with the current market. That's not bad, but you got to get a minimum of 150 gallons. Which will come to $750. I'm going to check something. I may do something. I'm going to call my neighbor. I'm going to see how much a electric water heater. Because that's the only thing I got to worry about for the winter. For the summer. Wow. They're expensive. Wow. $500, and then he's got to install it and get all the parts. It's going to cost me like $1,000 to put in an electric heater. It's either that or I spend an extra $200 on heating oil. There's the crux. I'm stuck. I might as well pay the extra $200. So it's like that. A motor oil shortage coming? So why I say I got gas and my gas in my tanks, because I expect Monday, tomorrow, prices to go up even more. Because during the weekend, it could freeze a little bit before they change. So it closed right now. WTI, which is American, is $105. Brent is at 109. So I want to see what happens tomorrow when the market's open. So we'll see. I have a feeling it's going to go up a little bit. I mean, not drastic, but it's going to go up. So this is at 105.66. It closed. This is WTI. Brent is higher, of course, but it's up. Look where it was. And that's what? The day before. Remember when the barrel was at like $60? It's almost doubled. Before this started, it was like $60 for Brent. Now we're at almost 110. How long can this go on? That's the thing. That's the scary part of it. Talks are going to continue, negotiations. I didn't see this. Is the Strait to be opened during the negotiations? Does the United States have to stop their blockade while the negotiations are going on? I don't think so. I don't know if if either one is going to do either one. Iran is just going to allow, they are demanding that they control the Strait. Are they just going to open up the Strait for free flow of traffic? And they don't have to go through Iran to get permission or pay a toll to get through? Will the United States open it up under those conditions? Absolutely not. So this is bullshit. This is BS. It's not going to go anywhere. So how long does this go? Stalemate, deadlock. How long does it go? Commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz 9 minutes ago remained largely frozen on Sunday, with only limited vessels movements observed and most tied to Iran-linked shipping, Bloomberg reported. Tracking data shows that the daily transits through the waterway rose to 10 ships on Saturday, from 5 the previous day, driven by a small wave of incoming Iranian-linked vessels, according to the report, which added no transits have been observed on Sunday morning. It's Iranian-linked. The Chinese are getting, they're still flowing through. So, like I say, people say, what about their economy? I don't know if he worked out something with Xi Jinping Teddy Bear, Pooh Bear, but it looks like the Chinese oil is still going through. The United States is going to actually blockade a Chinese ship? Do you think? Board it? Really? Or is these getting through and Iran is somehow getting ka-ching, ka-ching from that? What about that? Is it completely blockaded? Like you hear the claims, oh, it's completely blockaded, 100%, nothing's getting through. That's false. That's false. Chinese vessels, matter of fact, there's one arriving June 1st. They already have like the times where these tankers are coming from Iran through the Strait to get to ports in China. There's oil headed there right now from Iran. It is crazy. It's like the spin. It's like not reality. We're led to believe it's otherwise. It's not factual. Eight minutes ago, open source intel. Iran's deputy parliament minister, speaker, again, parliament, here we go. If the enemy attacks our oil, we will ensure no country in the world has access to the region's oil for a considerable period. So they're threatening it. And he's saying it. There's no translation, but he's actually saying it. There's a clip. This was this morning. "35 minutes ago, Iran just stated their foreign minister says the Strait of Hormuz is 100% in Iranian and Omani territorial waters." This is what they're going to keep doing because they want to share the tolls between Oman and Iran. "There is no, with a capitalized no, international waters in between." Translation, "This is our backyard. We and Oman decide who passes and who doesn't. America and Europe can do absolutely nothing about it." Strong words coming from the other side. So what are we going to do? What is the president going to do when you hear this rhetoric coming from Iran? They're not even recognize any international water, which the world will condemn with words. It's about it. But they are totally holding the Strait and the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman hostage. Unless we do something about it. And I don't know if that's going to happen. And even if it does happen, that doesn't guarantee they're going to come to the table. So check this out. It's a fact check thing. Key finding. Trump reported that Xi Jinping wants China to continue buying Iranian oil. Key evidence. After the Beijing summit, Trump said Xi noted that they buy a lot of oil from Iran and would like to keep doing that the Chinese want to keep doing that, while offering help on peace talks and ruling out military supplies to Tehran. We're going to trust the Chinese. Bottom line, the claim matches Trump's account on the meeting and hints at possible sanctions flexibility. What did I just say? For a broader Iran deal, per reports from The Guardian, Reuters, and CNBC. That's their business channel. I told you. It's part of the negotiation. I knew China was involved. I knew it. So what about that? Allowing China to continue buying oil from Iran? If they help? Help what? You really think they want to help us? They want to see us in a quagmire. They want to see us defeated. They want to see us weakened. This is bad. Not good. "33 minutes ago, Iran foreign minister says Tehran, quote, cannot trust the Americans at all and is trying to maintain the shaky ceasefire to give diplomacy a chance." It's JD Vance, it's Witkoff, it's Kushner trying to push a deal, push negotiations. Iran is saying, screw that. So keep begging. And they obviously call it out. He actually called it out. He says Tehran cannot trust the Americans at all, and they're trying to maintain the shaky ceasefire to give diplomacy a chance. And again, this guy, what he said, and it's probably not translated. Let me see. Oh, they actually have him muted. That's unfortunate. So he's on TV, on state TV. And he's saying that this guy, on parliament member this morning, on state TV, saying that if the United States attacks Iran, that there will be no regional oil coming out of the area, period. So they're continuing to threat, of course. And that's actually him saying it. But it's not translated. Oh my God. So the devil's in the details. I hate to say it. It's not looking good. It really isn't. It's not looking good. But Israel might act. I mean, so it's like conflicting. It'd be nice if they publicized the proposals on each side just to see what the hell they're talking about, because it's confusing. Another statement 4 hours ago. Iran's armed forces spokesman warned on Sunday that any new U.S. strikes on Iran would face a stronger response. They always talk like this, the rhetoric. He said that U.S. assets and military forces would face new, offensive, surprising, and storming scenarios if Washington renews its strikes. But they always talk the rhetoric. A senior Iranian lawmaker said on Sunday that negotiations with the United States would be futile unless sanctions were lifted and Iran's blocked assets were released. They must accept that Iran's blocked assets be released. Sanctions must also be lifted. The deputy head of Parliament's National Security Committee, here we go with that, National Security Committee, also said Washington should accept responsibility for the war and pay reparations, adding that the U.S. should recognize Iran's authority over the Strait of Hormuz. There it is again. It's not going to happen. Ooh. An Iranian lawmaker said on Sunday that parliament has no parliament. They're on the lower. If you saw that graph I showed you before. They're taking over completely. An Iranian lawmaker said on Sunday that parliament has no authority to set policy for the Supreme National Security Council, adding that any permission for negotiations is granted with a defined framework and with specific details. It's got to come from the top. This is what I mean. When negotiations are happening, it doesn't matter who the United States thinks they're talking to. Nothing is going to be agreed to unless they agree to it. Osman Salari, deputy head of Parliament's Legal and Judicial Committee, said that the Supreme National Security Council acts as an advisory arm to the Supreme Leader and that its decisions become binding after his approval. And that's why I keep showing that chart, the upper echelon, where it starts, the triangle that comes down. Parliament is garbage. The people that we think we're talking to have no power to negotiate really, because it's no matter what is discussed, it still has to be approved from the upper echelon. And this is why this is nonsense. And I've been saying this for months. It's ridiculous. I don't understand. They still think that they can talk to certain people in the regime to get a deal done. It's madness. It really is madness. It is madness. Yeah, the Cuba thing is a whole different issue. The Cuba thing might become the story if we somehow wimp out of what's going on in Iran, still call it a win, and then come to Cuba and do something in Cuba and say, look, we got Cuba. People focus on that, the Cuba thing. Forget about Iran. The focus will become Cuba. And all that other stuff, don't worry about it. It's over. It's done. However that ends up, here's the new shiny object to concentrate on, Cuba. But this shit is, they need to stop worrying about Cuba right now and concentrate on the crisis at hand. Cuba's not going anywhere. They need to resolve this issue. Sometimes I think they got too many, they're observing too many things at once, and they need to put all their focus on one thing because it looks like they haven't focused enough on the one thing. And they're talking about this and that and this and this. Focus on this. Solve this. Stop the bullshit. You know what I mean? I know, Red, but that's what everybody says. 4D chess. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes. Obviously, that is true. But meanwhile, days, weeks, months go by, and we're still on Groundhog Day. How long do we do this? How long is that practical for everyone? Everyone. Do you know what I mean? How long? That's like I just said. Let's just say the military option's on the table, and it happens. And that's going to pressure them to come to the table. But what if it doesn't? Then we're back here again. Groundhog Day, revisited again. Days, weeks from now, back to here, hoping that Iran comes to the table to agree to surrender, pretty much, to our terms. Meanwhile, God only knows how long that time passes. That's not guaranteed. Nothing is guaranteed. Like I've been saying and saying and saying, like repetitive over and over. Let Israel go after leadership, go after the mullahs, the clerics, the IRGC, the Mouse Jr., if he's still not a cardboard thing, IRGC, Basij. Let them hit the leadership. Let them go, and we need to focus on the Strait of Hormuz, period, like we should have from day one. Because you knew they were going to use that eventually. And I'm not so sure what the Houthis are going to end up doing in the Red Sea, the strait over there. You know what I mean? Exactly. The parliament is powerless. It's so true, John. People, I don't understand how there's some kind of illusion that we're able to work with so-called moderates in Iran to make a deal. You can't have anything agreed upon unless the upper echelon agrees to it, which they will not at this point. The hardliners are obviously, and the IRGC definitely are in control. It's simple. So I don't know this delusion that we can work out a deal with these people. I just don't get it. Unless behind the scenes the IRGC are like this and want to make a deal. I mean, I guess that's the illusion. Oh, but behind the scenes they're caving. They're ready to come to the table. They're begging for a deal. Oh, really? Oh, really? The evidence is contrary to that narrative. Because look where we are. Common sense would say, okay, economic pressure, they're still sending oil to China, they're still getting ka-ching somehow, whether it's under the table, through Chinese currency, whatever it is, there's still movement in the Caspian Sea, there's still movement over land bridges going to other countries, so it's not like they've been totally decapitated. That's a delusion. Or illusion. Because right now he must have made a deal with Xi. Listen, try to help us out with Iran. Behind the scenes. Don't send them no more military aid. Okay, trust that. No, and I don't know about the intelligence part. But you could still buy oil from Iran. We're not going to touch that. That's part of the deal. We'll let you still get the oil. How much? How much is that worth? Billions? How much is that coming down to that the Iranians are still being able to get funded by that? The oil is still moving from Chinese tankers to China from Iran. What, is the United States going to board it and take over a Chinese vessel? You think, how is that going to fly with Xi? But he's the greatest leader. Exactly, I can't take it. And yes, Helmet, good job also helping Goldie, Armin, Ali. I see you. I see you there. I see you in there. Keep doing what you're doing though, because it's helpful to put out information and to help them. But that's where we're at. I honestly think the Israelis are itching to go now. They are really close to taking action. I truly believe that. But they're waiting. They're waiting on us. Now, allegedly, Bibi is going to talk to the president if it hasn't happened already. Today. So what's up? Are we going to wait another week to see how this new deal proposal is supposedly going on behind the scenes right now? So are we going to wait another week to see how this plays out? Yes, the weather. I'm going to get into that. I was talking about the weather earlier. Come from my garden. Any news? No, nothing. There's really nothing going on. There's some stuff. It's noise. A lot of it is noise. Back to weather, because who brought it up? Sean? Sean, there is a possibility of severe weather here in the States right here today. It could get ugly later on this afternoon, but even worse tomorrow, because the chance of severe weather expands tomorrow. And there's snow in Canada, there's snow in the higher elevations here in the Rockies, the Wasatch Mountains. It's beautiful here today. It's like going to be 90, which I need to go check the pool in a second. So yeah, this weather is going to be nasty here. Then it's going to move a little to the east tomorrow, but a little bit more further to the south. The severe weather will shift slightly to the east tomorrow. And then the possibility of severe storms through here Tuesday, and then here Wednesday. Not really here, more like here, as the front drops down and moves through. So yeah, we've got the possibility. There are no active alerts right now. Severe warnings. Later on this afternoon, I'm sure that will change. You can see the tornado watch area here, Sioux City, right in the middle. Severe thunderstorm, 10% over here. But again, this will shift tomorrow. It'll expand tomorrow. And I was right about this weather. I forecasted it a week ago, and I was right. With the Euro model, not the American model, Euro model. I always use Euro. I do not use American. I'm not a fan. So that's the current situation. So you can see, got to watch out for these storms developing right in here today. And it's early. Now what I really want to do is check windy. Because that's how I do the weather at the models. So there's the low. Look at that Gulf moisture coming up. Then there's tomorrow. This is how I do my forecast. There's, see how it shifts? Right in here. Tomorrow. See that cold air coming down from the north and colliding? And this is that system over here giving them snow. That low pressure. See, but the system is way up to the north. See where the low is? So that's why most of the action is going to be more to the north. Look at the wind flow. Not as strong coming up from the south, but this is a lot of warm air, humid air. But look at the cold air driving behind it. So it's going to be stormy here on Tuesday. And then Wednesday, it shifts here. Westerlies, warm southern air, and that's kind of late. We're going to get it, but not as strong. Not as strong of a threat, but we still possibly could get it Wednesday here. And the Gulf flow kind of subsides. There's still a couple of disturbances here, but let me see when they predict. This is going a little too far out. I don't trust models a week out. I don't. It's good that based on the Euro, there's not much of a intense flow coming from the Gulf. See how quiet it looks? That's a good sign, but this is way out. We're way out now. This is almost 2 weeks away. So that's a good sign. Things are going to calm down for this area. It's a good sign for severe weather. Showers, thunderstorms are still possible, but doesn't look severe, which is good for them. I need to go into the backyard. Let's go check. I'm flying into Dallas this morning. You should, yeah, but you should be fine. The more Angry Otter, most of the severe weather is to the north. You should be fine going to Dallas and have a great time. And your flight and getting to Dallas, you should be fine. There's always going to be unsettled because of all that Gulf moisture coming up. It's unsettled. You could still have scattered thunderstorms. But as far as severe, that's more to the north, at least for today. Tomorrow, there's a slight risk more to the panhandle and maybe the northern areas of Texas. Definitely Oklahoma, points north, for possible severe weather, but not today. You should be fine. That's cool that you're flying into Dallas, though. That's cool. Have a great trip. Have a great time, whatever you're doing. All right, I'll be right back. I got to go out there. I got to check the pool because I got to check the pool. Oh. Damn, my leg. will not be going in there today. That water is cold. The water is 66 degrees. 66. That's too cold. So I will not be in that pool today, even though it's going to be 90. But with the solar cover, by tomorrow, the water should be above 70. So there will be no pool today. It's going to be 90 tomorrow, 90 today, 88 yesterday. Helped a little. 93 on Tuesday. It's going to feel like 99. Wednesday, 88 with thunderstorms in the afternoon. So that water will warm up, but it ain't good right now. Thanks. It's work related, but I'll go out after work and have fun. Go enjoy yourself. It's always good to do that for yourself, like work and then take some time for yourself and enjoy. Definite. Like now, my plans have changed for today. I'm barbecuing later. I'm going to make grilled chicken. And I still have potato salad that I made 5 pounds yesterday. But now, my focus is bike ride. I did 30 yesterday. It does help, the solar cover. And it's going to be mostly sunny today, so that sun is going to... I shut the pump down. It's been running for 5 hours. I'm going to let the water sit now. Let the warmth affect the top level of the pool, so that by this afternoon, by 3 o'clock, I'll start the pump up again to mix that water up again, because the warm water sits on the top, the cold water's at the bottom. So it's like you got to mix it. You can't just touch the surface temperature and think, wow, that feels warm, because when you get in and you feel that colder water below, that's when you know it's cold. And that's not a surprise I want. So I'm going to let it sit now while the sun is starting to come up. Let it hit that blanket, solar cover. Heat that water up on the stillness of the water. And then about 3 p.m., mix it. And mix that warm water with the colder water, so that by tomorrow morning, with the cover still on it, I might have a chance to be in the pool tomorrow. You know what I mean? So that's the plan. You have a one set pump to circulate every couple of hours. I'm in this freaking chat right now. No one can stop me, and I'm getting a raft. I could just see Eugene out there on some kind of a raft. That's too funny, dude. That's funny, Eugene. Oh man, a bunch of us. Can you imagine a bunch of us? Like a bunch of mercenaries going out there. Oh my God. I got an event the first weekend of June here in the house. I don't know. I could call my neighbor. I don't know by next weekend's Memorial Day weekend, and the weather's not supposed to be warm. Temperatures are going to go back to reality by Thursday after the front comes through. So it'll be in the 60s again. It's going to go from 90s back to the upper 60s. Normal temperatures. That's normal. So it's not like I could have a pool party. That might have to wait till the 4th of July. Matter of fact, let me check the weather. I don't think that's happening anytime soon. Let me see. 10-day. 89 today, 88 tomorrow, 95 on Tuesday. It's going to feel like 100. 89 on Wednesday. And then thunderstorms can bring hail and damaging winds in the afternoon. But look what happens after. 69, 63, 65, 66, 70, 70. So you see what I mean? So Memorial Day weekend, it'll be in the 60s, near 70. No pool. Bye-bye pool. Either I enjoy the pool for the next 3 days after today, or I won't enjoy it again till the 1st of June. Then it's back in the 80s. Close. That's reality. So I have a timer in the garage. I do. That was law. I have the timer in the garage. It's by law. I just don't use it. I do it manually. I do have a timer. That was by law. Before it goes to the circuit breaker. I installed it myself. I did the whole thing by myself. The electrical, they were shocked. The town was like impressed how I put the special outlet for the pump on the wall, dug it down 2 feet, ran it around the entire house, underground, all code, the piping, the wiring, all of it, based on what they provided, the information. Drilled into, put it up, drilled into the garage, got it in near the breaker box, put that timer box, and then put it to I forgot what breaker I used. It's a special breaker for the pool. It's its own breaker. I forgot the name of those breakers, but I did it all. That was not easy, digging a trench around the house to get there. Oh my gosh. It took me 2 weeks just to dig a trench. It was not easy. And then in the pool itself, in the backyard, it's all underground piping for the water, to the pump, to the pool. I did all that. So, I don't know, you can't see it, but the pipes come out of the ground right near the pool. And then it goes underground to the pump that's behind the wall over here. And it's grounded. I had to ground it, I think I was 5 or 6 spots along the metal framing. And then that copper is connected to the skimmer. And then that wire runs underground and it connects to the back of the pump. That's all code. Everything is code. A lot of codes that I had to go through. Oh my God. The codes was the thing. And I didn't want my pool to fail the inspection, even though I have fencing and I don't have to do it. Yes, I have an alarm, but I don't. But they said, because I go overboard on everything. I even put that stupid fencing around the top of the pool. In the event about the fencing, it's like added layer. And then, I have a lock. When you close the ladder down, that you could put a lock on it so nobody can open it. There's so many codes. You know this, right? Yeah, the ground bonding. You know this all up
The
in
Mets just beat the Yankees.
Stop,
6-3.
Alexa, stop. You know about the codes, I'm assuming. All up in you. You know what I'm talking about. Because it can get cray-cray. Cray-cray. But I did it. I did it because I had to do it. You watched Dragonheart last night?
It's a beautiful Sunday
That was
morning.
an excellent
Currently
movie.
76 degrees and sunny.
That was
Today's
it.
high
Alexa,
90.
stop. 90 degrees today. That was an excellent movie back in the day. I need to watch. I haven't seen that movie in years. Dragonheart. You live in an unincorporated county, no rules. Well, you're lucky, bro. Like, you see, like, even my panels, I wish I was off the grid. They don't allow you. You have to stay connected to the utility. But that's awesome all up in you, all up in you. So now that the pump is off, the game plan has changed. I think I'm gonna get on my bike. I could do other things. I could get a tan, like right outside the door. Like I need more tan, but yes. I may just sit out here with some music, lay in the sun. But I went 30 miles of bike riding yesterday. I started to feel a little bit in my hamstring on my left leg, and I'm like, uh-oh. That's not necessarily a good thing. I don't want to strain, like, make it worse. I don't know if it'd be smart to do another 30 miles today. I want to. I don't know if it's a good idea. But I'm thinking about it. It's still early. I can't go in the pool. It's too cold. I just checked it. 66 degrees. Too cold. I'm not that cray-cray. 72, I'll do. 66, that's just chilly. Now, I could theoretically try to crawl my way onto a flotation device, but ultimately, that's ridiculous. I want to be in the water. Plus, I have to clean the pool. We're vacuuming it from inside. Scrub the walls again, all that. Clean it. Take the cover off. The solar cover means more to me right now on than me going in it and taking it off so that water could warm up sooner. So at least I have a chance to swim tomorrow, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Otherwise, I won't have a chance. It needs another whole day of sun to warm it up. Today's not smart. You come over and you jump in first. KJ, you go in first, and then I'll be right behind you. It's been warm and sunny there, but been windy for 2 weeks. There is no wind out there today. See, I don't want to go to the trail. There's so many people on a Sunday, like walking on the trails up here on the bridge. Because I like to go over the bridge. So I may just go local. Like I did yesterday. It's still going to be 30 miles. Because I go through a whole process of writing. But that won't happen till like 12. So I still got a couple of hours. Then I'd be back by 2. Barbecue. Not barbecue. Smoke some chicken. And just chill out for the rest of the day. At least that might be the plan for me today. I haven't decided yet. I don't know if I feel up to doing it. Now there's a chance, because it's still early, that the water will warm up to 68, 70. Then I just might. Because I used to swim in the ocean all the time. My father had the boat right here, like in New York, Long Island Sound, or literally the Atlantic. I can swim in upper 60s water. I used to do it all the time. And once you get, that initial chill out, then you become accustomed to the water. But it's that initial shock of that temperature that you got to get through. Once you get through that, you're good. But I'm not looking forward to going in and going through that initial shock. So you guys know that, right? See, if you live down south, your water's warm. And you love that. I like it cold. Not that cold. I like it refreshing. There's nothing about refreshing when the water is 85, 90 degrees. There's nothing. It's bath water. I don't like it. Never did, never will. It's nice when it's like 78 because it still has a chill to it. And if it's 85, 90 out, it feels good to go in the water. That's my perfect pool thing. 76, 78. Yeah, the water was getting too warm. Let me ask you this question all up in you. What is your preference for your pool temperature? What state are you in? I don't care if it's 120 degrees outside. A hot tub during that is amazing. Well, I was in Arizona, in Mesa, Arizona. It was 110 and the water was in the 90s. It felt okay. It's still hot. My friend Marianne's house. I mean, I guess if it's that hot, 120, 110, and you're going to a 90 plus pool, it's helpful. But it's still not refreshing. It really isn't. I experienced it over there in Arizona during the middle of their heat wave a couple of years ago. I was like, I guess this is better than standing out in 110. You don't, I would not stay in the sun. But no. I mean, if you had to, I guess. But I didn't find it refreshing. When it felt refreshing, as crazy as it sounds, was going in the shade after getting out of the pool and feeling a little breeze. That felt more refreshing than being in the pool, in the sun, at 110, and the water's 90 plus. It felt better coming out the pool and going in the shade wet. That was more refreshing. 70, 80-ish. I'm with you. Hello, what is that? I'm in Nova? So you're like me. You're in Oklahoma. See, you're down south. And you still prefer it 70, 80 degrees. 70 between. I don't usually hear that much from people down south because they're so used to their water being so warm. You're north of Oklahoma City? I'm actually surprised that you would say that. 70 to 80. What is your average daily temperature in summertime in your area? I'm trying to see if this makes sense to me, like with my logic, the way I look at it. What's your normal daytime temperature during the summer? North of Oklahoma City. 80-ish is like, 82 is pushing it for me. Then it starts to get too warm. 80 is good. What I was just saying, 76, 78 is nice. So what's your average temperature there during the summer? It's hard to maintain that temperature if it's so hot. I know there's a delay. 80 to 90, it's like here. So you're like my air temperature. That's where we are, between 80 and 90 in our summer. So you're just like I am with the temperature of the water. We're probably one of the few people that agree to that. We're probably like the few exceptions that agree to that. Oh, it's your wife's preference. So it's not your preference. So what is your preference? So you and myself and your wife agree. But what is your preference? What's up, Sean? How are you? We're talking pool stuff, weather. There's not much going on in that location we talk about all the time. There really isn't. They're trying to negotiate still. To be determined. Groundhog Day just keeps happening every day, so just be aware that you might hear a lot of people talking rhetoric, the war's about to start again, blah, 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 blah. Don't buy into all that. Oh, it's okay with you. But it's been like that my whole time. I've always preferred it like that. I guess maybe the older you get, the more warmer you want it. Call it some blood thinning issues, where you feel cold. Um, that's a good point. I'm not sure something will happen before the World Cup is over. Oh my God, do you realize how long you're talking? Oh my gosh. They want crazy money for the World Cup here. My friend was looking at tickets, $3,000. And the price for public transportation is absolutely ridiculous. This I'm talking about from New York City to Jersey. He was telling me, I was like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. She just floats and reads her Kindle on the phone for hours. See, that's what I do though. I float, listen to music, and just chill in the sun. That's what I do. But for me, it's music. You could see I set up the speaker already outside. That's a monster 4x4. It's loud. I can hook up even louder with my drum amplifier. Then it's just ridiculous how loud it is. Overwhelmingly loud. I don't need that. What? Yeah. Yes. I could look it up. Let me see. A lot of money. A couple of hundred. Let me see. I'm going to the site. I'm curious to see. Prices includes all fees. Brazil versus, but I'm gonna go to like Germany, Ecuador. I can't even, and this is in Jersey. That's the one he was looking at because he's German. Let's see, one ticket. $6,000. There's 2 seats left. 11,000 right near the field. 3,000, 1,000 more further away. This is crazy. I can't show it on the screen because I'm on TikTok. Let me see, what's the cheapest on the floor? I see a 1,089. It's at the end, near end of the field, section 149, on the floor, like the lower. 1,000. Oh, I see a 1,087. The upper, like the upper around the stadium. This is Giant Stadium. This is, I don't even know if this is Giant Stadium. MetLife. Yeah, this is MetLife. The uppers are 900. Oh my God. The prices are crazy. This is Germany versus Ecuador. I'm clearing up my messages. What the heck is he talking about? Oh, I guess Ray saw about the electric heater. I have my friend, he's a plumber. He'll do it for me for practically nothing. It's something I got to look into, though, about that water heater. But they want cray-cray money for the upper. It's in the thousands. Is that crazy? I don't know. I can't share the map because they think I'm selling something on TikTok. It's crazy. There's no way I'm paying that money. I'll see it on TV. There's no way. There is no way. And then there's the transportation costs. Like I said, you'd be shocked to see the prices I'm seeing. So yeah, it's expensive for the World Cup. Let me see the later dates. United States, let's see what they're charging for this one. June 12th. This is in California though. Let me just be curious. What are they charging in Cali? One ticket. Even crazier. Even crazier prices. That is nutty. It's still in the thousands in the upper. In the upper, the lowest price is $9.45. Way up at the top. Oh no, I see a $9.13 all the way up on the top. No, $9.10. That's the cheapest one. Down at the bottom, near the field, the lowest, there's not many left. Oh my God. The lowest section to the field. There is 4 left at 3,128. Midsection of the field, like right there, 4 left at $21,463. This is crazy. There's one ticket low for 3,832. Near the field. That's what they want. Is that cray-cray? That's in California. On June 12th. U.S. versus Paraguay. So yeah, it's pricey for these games. Really cray-cray. I'm going to go to the actual MetLife Stadium. The final is in Jersey? I didn't know that. July 19th. So you said how long would this last? July 19th, 3 p.m. is the final. It's a long time from now. They can't be tickets. Reject all. Last minute sales. No. It's not on sale yet. Find the place to stay. FIFA Pass. Ticket purchase and the ticket guests traveling to the United States can benefit from FIFA Pass. This is actually the FIFA site. Tickets. I'm curious if it would be cheaper to purchase it on their site. Resale sale phases. It's expensive. I did not know the final is going to be in Jersey. Oh my gosh, can imagine the ticket sales for that. So it's from June 11th to July 19th, the World Cup. Last minute sales. This is on the FIFA website. It wants me to... I can't read that captcha. Are you crazy? Submit. Almost there. Click to explore tickets. They want me to sign in. I'm gonna sign in. This is too much hassle. It wants so much information. I would prefer English. Continue. I have to accept. Let's see. Sign in. What code? I didn't get a code. There's a code. I'm curious what they want for tickets. I gotta tell Mike. Here it is. Insert the one time. I'm in. Oh my God. Complete your account. Look at all this crazy stuff. I'm a fan of USA. Oh my God, they want so much information. My zip code's not, my area code's not even there. Mobile number. It's not even there. My extension isn't even there. That is so bizarre. And it won't let me manually do it. FIFA, what is up with you? I'm in. Buy tickets. I'm gonna call Mike. Okay, so New Jersey, LA. Where's Germany? Right here. That's Houston. New Jersey, that's not it. Wow, they're even going to play in Toronto. They're playing all over the country, Canada, Vancouver. Wow. Dallas, Boston, Houston, Guadalajara, Miami, Atlanta, Seattle, Mexico City, Philly. Here it is. Thursday, June 25th in Jersey. Choose country. Please select the host country in which you're purchasing. Okay. single match. Oh my God. This is coming from the FIFA site. I don't know if there's any more German. What was the date? Let me see. Go down. Ecuador, Germany. Tickets start. One ticket, $2,458 in New Jersey. On the FIFA site. So that other one was resale. People are trying to get rid of their tickets. Starting at $2,458 for the game Germany, Ecuador, June 25th, Thursday at 4 p.m. Eastern. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. Online they're saying 33,000. That's crazy. I just want to click to see what the seating is for that price. Oh my God. VIP. Pitch. Wow, that's a lot of money. Pitch lounge side. That's all they have left. Currently unavailable for the pitch. That's beautiful seating. It's right in the middle. No wonder they're luxury. I would never pay that. I'd rather watch it on TV and have a party in my house, to be honest. Okay, let me see the cheapest seats. The red. Oh my God. The Championships Club is all the way on the top. 3,888. The Pavilion, 2,458. There's no more tickets left for the pitch side. The VIP, 3,488. There's still tickets. That's way up in the back, but in the center, so you see the whole field. But it's up, like the top. Wow. There's no more seats on around the other places. They're gone. So the lowest price that I could see for one ticket, it's on the sides at the end of the goal area, on the corners. Only on one side left. It's 2,458 in those sections. They're low near on the field, but they're in the back. Those are the cheapest tickets, 2,500. For Germany, that's the Germany-Ecuador match in MetLife Stadium. That's a lot of money. I'd rather, like I said, I'd rather see it on the big screen TV, invite a bunch of friends, and watch the game. What day does that fall on? Alexa, what day does June 25th fall on?
June 25th falls on a Thursday.
Can't invite my friend. Could have had a watch party. I don't know why Alexa was calling.
Please leave your message.
Alexa, stop!
3, 2,
Alexa,
1,
stop!
9,
Alexa, stop!
1,
Alexa,
7,
stop!
4,
Alexa,
0.
stop! Oh my God! Why is it calling Mom's number? was weird. I don't know if he's going to want to come over to watch the game. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Can you imagine what they want for like the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and the final? Big money. Big money. That's just the opening round. You got to go through round 16, round 32, and so forth. That's cray money. And those tickets aren't even. I'm just going to click one. It's not available. Only the ones that are scheduled. Yeah, it's not available. No. Wow, that's going to be crazy money. What are they doing with this money? Is there any way it goes to the national debt? No, right? No way. It's all about money for them. And the venues. The venues. They're making a fortune. It is a ripoff. I would never. Alexa, what networks are going to be covering the World Cup?
What would you like to know about network coverage for?
What networks will be covering the World Cup?
Fox Sports and Telemundo will broadcast the 2026 World Cup in the U.S. Fox will air 69 matches on network TV, while Telemundo covers in Spanish. All games will stream on Fox Sports app and Peacock.
Fox got that deal. It's whispering.
That's odd. Sounds like the volume might be really low, or there could be an audio issue. Unless Fox decided to go with ASMR sports commentary,
Alexa, stop.
Which would...
It was whispering back. So yeah, I'd rather watch it on Fox Sports. Heck no. That is crazy money. Then if you want to eat something, forget it. Yep. Not only that, then you got to pay for parking, transportation, like you said, food. You're talking, and that's going to be expensive beyond. Just getting there. Bring your own food. Have a tailgate party. That's the best way to go. I can't even imagine what they're going to charge for parking. Oh my God, I got to think about that. I got to pay for Iron Maiden parking. And we're going to have to figure out, oh no, we're going to take public transportation for the Rush concert. I got to drive into the city to my friend's house. Then take public transportation into the city to go see Rush. And public transportation home. Unless I decide I don't want to do any beverages, which is very possible, and I'll just pay for parking and I'll drive to the city, drive back home, drop him off, maybe stay over his house, unless I decide I want to come home at 12:30 at night, which is a 2-hour drive home. Being tired from a Rush concert, I just might stay and crash at his house. It's on his birthday too. The Iron Maiden concert, I'm definitely going to have to look to buy tickets for that. And I think it's at the Red Bull Arena in Jersey. It might might be smart. What do you mean this page doesn't exist? New York Red Bulls. Parking. Fast. Prepaid. Harrison parking lots are 15 to 30. Parking lots in Newark can charge more. If we look at we encourage you to download your tickets into the Red Bulls app prior to your arrival. What the hell? Do I gotta get a Red Bulls app? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What is this? Events. Concerts. Where are you? What we offer? No. Tickets, roster news. I better look on my Ticketmaster and see this for sure. Ticketmaster. I got a concert Friday. Oh my God, Journey's still touring? My tickets. Get the Let Out, Friday. Iron Maiden. He bought the Rush tickets. I owe him. View tickets. It is at that stadium. Wow, that's a nice stadium. This is sweet looking. This is, I'm gonna get a screenshot. This is where I'll be seeing Iron Maiden. This summer, late summer, for my 20th time. This is where I'll see Iron Maiden. It's really the Red Bull Arena. And we're on the floor. Toward the back where it's seated. Okay, events. Go back. Schedule. So I'm in the right place. July, September. But this is for their games. What's the date? Parking. Credits daily prepaid. There's got to be a way. So I can order these tickets for the car. Shit. Prepared. What am I going to do? StubHub. I don't trust these sites. Wow, there's still seats available for Iron Maiden. Wow. My gosh, we could sell our tickets and make money. I would not do it, but where are we seated? We're right before the pit. First row. A. Right before the pit. Okay, now what about parking? I'm not selling my tickets. We could get money though. I would not do it. Parking. I don't know if the park. Don't think there's any parking yet. September 5th. Parking passes only. Here it is. Holy shit. They're crazy. The best deal. One pass left. One listing. Oh God, hell no. Over a mile away from the venue. Wow, you see, this is crazy. They want crazy money to park. I should have looked into this before. We're gonna have to take our chances and drive up. This is bad. Public parking lots range between 50 and 20, but they're far. ABC. Parking lots ABC are cashless. This ain't helping. Maybe I should get the app. Continue. Install. Yes, on this phone. I should have thought about this months ago. That's crazy that I did it on the computer and it's downloading the app over here. Red Bull successfully installed. That is wild. Create a profile. Set up later. Sports Illustrated Stadium. Mobile ticketing hub. Yeah, this isn't helping either. This is just for their games. This is going to be a problem. I'm not going to worry about it right now. He's Mr. Late. I can't depend on him. We're going to have to get there early. Doors open at 6. This is so stupid. It has a map of the parking, but you can't click on it. You can't do anything. To start, we encourage all fans to arrive early and to use mass transit or carpool. We do not have any shuttle services. So I guess we're just going to have to take a chance. I'm going to call his ass because he's Mr. Late. I don't know if he's going to pick up. He might be at church. He's not going to pick up. He'll call me back. Now I'm going to look into Rush. That's an easier one. Madison Square Garden is like right in the middle, but it's closer to the west side. This is going to be a crazy thing too. So this is July. $5 till 11. I better put 11:30. Search parking. Not too bad. 30. Oh yeah, wait till I get uptown more. There's 34th. There's no parking over here. 0. Nothing. There is nothing available. I can't imagine what they're gonna charge. Reserve. That would be great. It's underground. For 2 hours, they want $50. They are cray cray. We're gonna need like 6 hours. We're better off taking public transportation. Oh my God. I could see this is gonna be another problem. I'm downloading this shit right now. Origin, Bronx. So I gotta be specific. Pelham Bay. Pelham Bay. Destination 34th Street, Manhattan. That is the correct bus. We're better off taking the express bus. We're gonna have to have a conversation. Alexa, how much is the express bus from Pelham Bay in the Bronx to 34th Street, Manhattan?
I'm sorry, I can't look up real-time bus fare information yet. Can I help with something else?
No.
Got it.
It takes an hour. To get from the Bronx to the Garden. I'm a person who likes to be prepared. What's the date on this? Oh, it's only $7. That's not expensive. You can't do it with that with a Metro. That's only $15 round trip for the day. That's nothing. We're taking the bus. And he lives literally 3 blocks away from the bus stop. So I'll park my car there, meet him there, then we'll take the bus into the city, to the Garden. Best way. It's a bus. It's not like we gotta drive. That's the solution. Oh my gosh. Rush Tom Sawyer. I've seen Rush 19 times. And he's seen him just as much. And he and I are in that Rush video together. We're both in that video. So this will be my 20th time seeing Rush. I don't know what he's up to. How many times he's seen Rush. But it'll be my 20th. And Iron Maiden will be 20th. Both like the same. What's up, Lorenzo? But we better get our act together. And he's Mr. Late. I may make him come to my house the Friday before the Iron Maiden concert because it's a Saturday. And I am going to leave here at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon to get there early to park. Maybe even earlier for the Iron Maiden concert because it's Iron Maiden, Megadeth, and Anthrax. It's going to be crazy. And I don't need to drink. I don't drink and drive, so that's not a problem. I'll party when I get home and celebrate the concert. But I do not drink and drive, ever, 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 ever. He'll party. He'll party for both of us. But my main goal is going to the concert safe, getting home safe, and enjoying the concert. That's my priority. He can have all the fun he wants. But no. So I have to have a game plan. Now, next week I'm going to see, Friday, I'm going to see Get the Lead Out for the 4th time. They're a great Led Zeppelin cover band. Great, great, great. But that's only 40 minutes away. That's easy. Going into the city, it's never easy, or Jersey. Both horrible. Both. Like, I don't even know how to get to this. I've never been to this Red Bull Stadium. I can't even imagine the nightmare I'm going to have driving into Jersey from here. It's going to be madness. I don't even know where it is. It's near Newark. It's not far from Prudential. It's on the other side of the river from Prudential. That's a troll that always trolls me. He's been trolling me for years. Can you believe that? That's who that is. It's a troll. And he never gives up. It's just unbelievable. Directions. That's not bad. Because I'm no way going through New York City. So we got to leave at least a 2-hour window to drive from here to the city. To get to this crazy place. New Jersey is a nightmare. New York City's worse, but New York City's not better. Not when you're down there by like Newark, MetLife, Prudential Center. It's a disaster to drive. It's an absolute, you have to connect this, get off this route to go to another route, to get off this one, to get off that one. It's not a straight, you know what I mean? It's like you got to take so many routes just to get there. I hate that. Yeah, somebody else mentioned about the motor oil shortage. Somebody else brought that up. All up in you. But like here, upstate, it's easy driving. No traffic. You get off side roads. It's so much less stressful. But once you go into the city, and I'm sure many of you have gotten that experience, it is a disaster. And they drive like cray-cray people down there. It's like worse than playing a video game. It's really bad. I do not like to go into city areas at all. I try to avoid it if possible. So that's when my stress goes up. The last time we went to see Iron Maiden, him and I, we left from my house. We were driving through fires in Jersey. The smoke. It was unbelievable. We were worried that the concert wasn't going to be going on. There were brush fires in Jersey, and we're going through this acrid smoke, reddish in color. I was like, dude. And it was warm out, so we couldn't put the air on like anything, because otherwise it'll vent into the car. You couldn't do anything. You just had to keep the windows closed, and you didn't want to breathe that shit in. It was crazy. I'm sure he remembers that. How could you forget something like that? It was bad with the fires in Jersey. So, yep. It's strawberry cupcake time, because I haven't had anything to eat. And I think I'm going to... I don't know if I'm going bike riding. I think I might just chill out and rest for a change. I did 30 miles yesterday. It's not like I need... Here I am eating this garbage. I did 30 miles yesterday. Like, it would be nice just to go bike riding because it's such a beautiful day out. I might. It's a commitment. Or I might just sit in the backyard, put the smoker on, make some grilled chicken, listen to some music, and just chill out in the sun. And maybe the pool, which is unlikely. That's why you left Cali. The fires, the traffic, cost of living, politics. I don't blame you. Everything you just said is exactly what I go through on here. Every point you just made. Traffic, fires, we don't have much brush fires up here. Cost of living, politics. Almost exactly here. It's different. And definitely for the better. New York City is crazy. It is not like that up here. It's totally opposite. It's beautiful up here. We don't have that nonsense, thank God. So it's totally different here. Like if you hear in the background, the highway going up and down, the road down below, because it sits below, you don't hear horns. You don't hear any of that. It's so quiet here. Very safe. Neighbors looking out for neighbors. Neighbors gathering with neighbors. Community gathering together. It's different. It's a totally different thing. I say this all the time. I just heard a noise. New York City, and I'm from New York City originally. I can talk on it. Basically, the people are very rude, very nosy. Like when you live near somebody, they're all up in your business. Love to gossip, the drama. Because it's so congested. And traveling in the city is a nightmare, whether it's public transportation or driving. You might get into a situation just driving or being on mass transit, traveling with other people. It's disgusting. So many reasons. They're not friendly. Especially in certain neighborhoods, and I'm being honest, they think they're so full of themselves. They think they're better than anybody else. I swear to you. I'm not saying this out of exaggeration. They think their shit don't stink. Very rude. Not friendly. Not all of them. Depends. Up here, totally different. People say hello. They're friendly. It's not as congested, obviously. It's just different. And that's the thing. All up in you. Like, the weird thing is, you could sell the average house in New York City, even in what would you call a poor neighborhood, it's like 550,000, 600,000. In the better neighborhoods, it could be $1 million. They sell. People think, wow, people are leaving New York City. Of course they would. Their property values are so high, they could sell that house and live anywhere in the freaking country, pay off the house completely, and still have money in the bank. Why wouldn't you? If you want out of the city, go look at Zillow. Go anywhere on the map in New York City and look at a house, how much they're valued. It's sick. I'm not joking when I say that. A house in the South Bronx could sell for $550,000 in the South Bronx. Who wouldn't want to walk away from that and sell it and go buy a house somewhere else with property down south or out west? You could buy a mansion and pay for it completely and still have money in the bank. In some cases, some places. Like, see this house? This house is small, but it's worth a lot. Why? Because I live in an area that is valued due to its commuter spot. I'm not far from Park and Ride, Metro North, to go into the city. So they value these properties. People that work in the city, that they don't want to live in the city, they're looking for these kind of houses to gobble up so they can live, park and ride, and drive into the city. So that helps the value here in this area because it's not far, 20, 30 minutes to drive your car, park, and work into the city. A lot of people prefer that than living in the city and the cost of living in the city and paying for the prices in the city. It's cheaper to pay for the Metro North on a pass to go to work than it is to live there. Obviously, you save a lot more money. So it makes sense. Though, like my neighbor, he's got a 2-bedroom house. Nice big basement, but it's not finished. They got the wash machine, dryer down there and all that. He's charging $2,500 to rent out a month for a 2-bedroom. The apartment on top of the garage is a single bedroom, very small. I think he's charging like $1,500 for that. So it's not cheap. Like, this is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. I could rent this easily for $3,000. Easily. This house. A month. That's the demand. That's the price. So, yeah, look, San Diego, he's saying 900,000 average. You sell that off, you could live anywhere. Pay the house off, you have money in the bank. Exactly. So I get it. And that's what a lot of people do. So you think I'm gonna not sit on this property? Of course I am. I don't want to move anywhere else. I'm happy here. Very happy here. I won't move anywhere. I don't care. I like it here. I actually love it here. Why would I move? Politics? New York? That bullshit? No, it's fine here. There's nothing wrong here. Nothing. People make a lot of stink about things. I mean, you want to go to a gun shop? It's right up the road. It's different than New York City. It's not like that up here. We go hunting all the time. There's plenty of stuff to do here. Second Amendment is still alive and well in other places in New York State other than New York City. Exactly all up in you. That's exactly what I'm saying. I don't want to get into specifics, but I understand totally what you're saying. That's what I'm trying to say. So, I mean, it's it's rural here. It's nice. It's quiet. Lots of trails, lots of mountains, not far away. Actually, they're around me. It's beautiful. That's like when I went to Arizona or Utah or anywhere else, New Mexico, and it's a different environment. It's beautiful, their environment. Now, depending on where you are, it can be forestry or it can be like desert, dry terrain. I prefer the green. I'm not a fan of that at all, but it was beautiful. I loved it. Not where I would live, but I loved it. But when I got home and I got at Newark Airport and I'm driving back up here through the mountains, I said, this is what I love. I miss my mountains. I miss my green. But when I was in Arizona, not far away, there is mountainous region areas where you drive up into higher elevation. There's pines. It's all green. That's where I would live. If I lived in Arizona, I'd be up on those mountains. Higher elevation. That's where I would be. It's absolutely gorgeous. Gorgeous. I wouldn't be down in the valley or in that hotter climate area. I'd be up in the mountains. It's absolutely gorgeous. People don't realize that unless they think right away it's all desert, it's all dry, it's all rocky. No. Beautiful, beautiful places. I can't remember where I was at. Mark would know. Shit. I'm going to call his ass. He's probably still sick. He's not going to do a show tonight. And a lot of it you got to drive through like Indian reservation land, and it was beautiful. That's where I would move. If I was going to pick a location, it would be there. Like in Utah, there is the Rockies, the mountain range. On one side, it's dry, arid, but if you go into the mountains, it's absolutely gorgeous with beautiful lakes. Oh my God. That's where I would be. If I lived out there. I wouldn't be in that heat. Like, I would go up. But that's just me. I don't like the heat. I love the cold. I love ex-mom. She knows. Ever since I was young, I'm attracted more to cold weather than hot weather. But that's me. I don't like the heat. It makes me sick. And I'm not going to go outside if it's blazing hot. It's going to make me sick. I don't like the heat. Some people thrive. They love it. I know. I'm not expecting you to do a show tonight or next week for the holiday. But I'm live streaming.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Remember when we were going up from Marianne's house and we were driving to New Mexico? And
Yes,
we
went to the VLA.
Oh, I know the VLA. That I wish we would have been there early enough to take the tour.
Yeah, I know, huh?
Oh man. But anyway, when we left Marianne's house and we went through the canyon, but we got to that forested area where it was like 70 degrees when you opened the window. It was like 76 outside, considering it was 110 Mesa. What was that place called?
Probably around the Mogollon Rim, Salt River Canyon.
That's where it was forested with the pines and everything?
Yeah, that was Mogollon Rim. Mogollon.
That was so beautiful.
It was. It's like eastern Arizona, and it's up high.
Oh. We were like, what? How many? Do you remember? Because you were counting the elevation.
I know. We're like at 7,500, 8,000 feet at some point.
Oh my god! And wasn't lived there? Was it Tara or somebody lived up in that area?
Well, Tara has a cabin up in the Mogollon Rim area.
That's what it was. Tara had the cabin.
Yeah. I mean, she wasn't there at the time. Obviously, we didn't go to that.
But I was telling people they may not realize it. Arizona has some beautiful mountainous areas where it's cooler.
Actually, you know what the thing is? People don't realize it could be 105 in Tucson or 110 in Phoenix.
Yep.
All you do is drive north, and you could literally go to cooler weather because Arizona's a giant slope.
Yep.
It slopes from low to high, moving north to south to north. So by the time you get to Flagstaff, you're at 8,000 feet.
Yep.
You know, and literally it's a couple-hour drive. You know, and so basically in say February, if you want to go skiing, you could be in a t-shirt and maybe shorts or long pants down in Phoenix when it's maybe 72, 75 degrees, and then just drive up north and put on your ski suit, come home, and get back to your t-shirt. You know,
It's so true, though.
it's
And
the weirdest climate. I've never seen that before.
it's beautiful, though. I was telling them on the live stream. Also, when we went to where Smokey the Bear site is,
Oh yeah, that was.
that's New Mexico. Was that Arizona still?
No, I think that was
New Mexico, right?
I think that was New Mexico. Yeah,
Because it was nice there too.
it was. Yeah. Remember, Travis Walton kept following us.
I know, that was crazy. That was crazy how we ran into him twice out of nowhere.
Yeah.
That is crazy. So yeah, I was telling them, there's a lot of beautiful places. Even when I went to Ogden in Utah, on Ogden's side, it's more like desert, dry, but you cross those mountains, it's gorgeous.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, my gosh. They're getting snow today in the Rockies.
You need to move out there.
He was trying to convince me to move out there.
Who was?
Warren.
Oh, well, I mean Ogden. I mean Arizona.
Maybe when in time, I had things to deal with here with mom and all that, but
Yeah.
you never know. But anyway, how are you feeling? Because Grace told me he talked to you and you were still like sounding like, forget it, bad.
Yeah, every day I'm improving a little bit. It's just my voice. I'm not sick anymore, but my voice and vocal cords were really strained, so they're better now. I can talk longer now. I actually streamed the other night just to try it out, and I told Grace I'm going to stream to try it out and see how it goes, and it went fine. I did have to mute. I did use the cough button a few times just to, go and coughing, but luckily I was doing other things at the same time.
Oh my gosh. Well, you got Contact in the Desert coming up now.
Yeah, that's right. I go out and back. I was just there.
When you're leaving next week for that?
26th, yeah.
Um,
Back the 7th or the 6th of June.
so I'm looking at no show tonight, next week, or the following because I got Pine Bush going on that weekend anyway.
Oh, and I'm not at Pine Bush.
Oh, well, you'll be dealing with your stuff out west though.
Well, Pine Bush is a different weekend, remember?
Yeah, it's actually on a Friday night though now because somebody booked a wedding at the convention center, so it's actually a Friday now. It's not. Put it this way, it's not what it's supposed to be. Let's just say that. I'll keep it at that since I'm on a public forum.
Well, who's speaking there?
Peter Robbins and Bob Spearing.
Okay.
Small, very small this year, which I don't have to do anything. I have no driving to airports, nothing.
Oh, good. Yeah, because Bob he's in Pennsylvania or whatever. He just drives in.
And Peter's up north in New York.
Yeah, he's Ithaca, so he'll be right down there.
Exactly. Last year I had to pick up Nick Pope, sadly.
Yeah, right.
Oh God, I'm still like, that's still bothering me a lot with Nick. Anyway, so no show tonight, no show next weekend, obviously the holiday, and no show the 6th because that's the day you're coming home from. Over there.
Actually, when I come back from Contact, then the work begins.
Why? What's it?
Because then we're installing in our second building in Benson with our new telescope, our other telescope.
Wow.
We're putting we vacated the Sonoran Desert. It was this
No way. Too much of a hassle. Yeah, for Marianne and Tara, that's crazy.
Yeah, and so whereas Tara could get there a little easier, it was actually harder, for Marianne to get out there. And now in Benson, we actually have people that are on site that can actually help us as necessary. Plus the Star Arizona people we've had up there a couple of times, at least one time actually. So it's pretty good.
When is the next time you're planning to do a live stream?
I was thinking about tonight, but I gotta look and see.
How's the weather?
Oh, the weather's beautiful out there.
Oh, so you should do one tonight.
I'm gonna try. Yeah.
If you do it, text me because if I go live, I may share your live stream. I don't know if I'll get in trouble, but
Why would you get in trouble?
because it's your material.
Who cares?
I know we don't care, but the platforms care.
So like if I stream NASA feeds on my channel, I get in trouble for that?
No, public domain is one thing, government, but since you're not, they will flag me unless we would have to do like a notarized. You know what the deal is. You have to give me permission to stream your
Oh yeah.
content. It's not worth the hassle because then you gotta fight to appeal and go through. I've been through this before. But let me know anyway
Okay.
because So what are you using? The wide field? What's going on now?
Yeah, no, I'm using the narrow field. We're using that telescope. But we have a social media person now.
You told me.
Yes.
You told me about that.
And she's doing some great work. We're doing daily shorts now on things, and we have 2 TikTok presences, and soon our Instagram's going to be blowing up as well.
Good.
But yeah, I know. I hope so, hopefully. And we have let's see. Then we have I just actually won a grant for us.
You told me.
Yeah, and that was good. So we're gonna use that for a lot of really good things to help us move forward.
Yeah, we talked about a few ideas privately. Remember, I'm on live right now, but
Yeah.
you know,
I know.
to expand internationally.
Oh yeah. Well, we're gonna probably try and do that as well.
There was something else I was gonna ask you. Oh my gosh, I totally forgot. All right, so yeah, just keep me in the loop about tonight. And for those that are listening and watching right now, whether you're on TikTok or the other platforms, it's Sky Tour live stream on TubaView and everywhere else. Just look up Sky Tour or go to skytourlive.org or skytourlive.com and you'll see the links there and all the information that is involved with what Mark does with his telescopes, images. It's amazing. You have no idea. You guys have no idea.
We're entering a new era of
Astronomy.
ability.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking toward a very much larger telescope in the future here. That we may have to actually build a whole building for it. I don't know how much more I can say about it, but it's going to be substantially larger than what we've been using. And it's going to take us right out of the amateur. Well, we're not amateur now, but it's going to take us right out of the you can buy it in a store telescope to something that is more of a we do have to engineer solutions to be able to show the sky in this way. So we're looking at that right now, and I'm just giddy with excitement about. Yes, giddy is a word. I'm giddy with excitement about what's coming up. So it's gonna be fantastic.
Also, your episode when you appeared on the Y-Files has over a million hits.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
I just looked. When'd you look?
Hold on. I'm going to look again. How many did you see?
I thought it was like 892.
All right, so it's close to a million. It's close to a million.
Yes,
That's still awesome.
it is.
That's the last you checked? When was the last time you checked?
A couple days ago.
Okay, hold on. I want to see. I'm looking it up right now.
Okay.
Where are you? Where are you, Mark? There you are. Yep, 800. Oh my God. 889,000 views, bro.
Wow.
889,000 watched you on the Y-Files. That's pretty damn good, Mark.
I guess it kind of is, huh?
I mean, now we need an 889,000 on Sky 2 live stream.
Yeah. That's cool.
That is awesome, though. All right, go. Hit me up. So no show tonight, no show next week, and no show the following week because you'll be in contact in the desert. But hit me up if you go live tonight.
All right, I'll do that.
All right? And tell Marianne and Tara if you talk to them, I send my love.
Okay. Thanks, Bill.
All right, call me. Hit me up.
All right. Thanks.
Later.
Bye.
So he may go live on with his telescope tonight from Arizona, but he can control it from his house in Connecticut. It's crazy. That man is just a genius. He's brilliant, above and beyond. White House reporters have been called to attend an unknown event at the South Lawn in the White House just now. Oh my gosh. Can't even imagine. Let me go see whitehouse.gov. I may go bike riding. I haven't decided yet. I may just go in the backyard and chill out. Live stream. Stay tuned. We will be live shortly. They always say that. That does not mean it's going to be covered. I remember, I don't think he's necessarily going to announce anything. He would never show his hand. So I don't know if it's going to be related to that, to be honest. Let me check out the feeds. Oh, there's a lot going on. Oh, see, I was talking about this proposal and people say, oh, nothing's changed. Oh, there's definitely changes. If this is true, I'm going to flip. U.S. is considering making another proposal that would allow Iran to continue enriching uranium up to 3.67%. Until now, the United States has insisted on zero enrichment even before the war started. Under this alternative proposal, Iran would get immediate access to 25 plus, and I said that number earlier, 25 plus billion in frozen funds. That's like, I don't want to hear about 3 billion that Obama put on the plane in cash loads. You're going to allow them to get access to their frozen assets worth 20 to 25 billion? That's just as good as, because that was frozen asset money, by the way. This is worse. By a lot. If this is true, by a lot. Way worse. Way worse than Obama. You are making serious concessions, if this is true. No, Iran is still likely to reject this as it doesn't address sanctions relief. Oh my God. It's spreading. An alternative version, U.S. proposal will give Iran access to over $25 billion in funds and keeping nuclear enrichment capacity intact. It's starting to spread. Now they're saying new. Iran has rejected the U.S. proposal and sent a counteroffer. The UAE confirmed in a statement that a drone did attack their nuclear power plant, but says the 3 drones came from the western border. That is such bullshit. More evacuation orders in Lebanon by Israel. Man, I don't believe the things that I see from their propaganda. Oh, it's spreading. It's spreading. All even the Israeli reporters are reporting this. Nuclear reporter for the Wall Street Journal. If this is true, I'm gonna be absolutely sick. But it looks like Iran even rejected this. And somebody said they're not caving. The United States is not caving. Well, if that's true, the United States just caved big time to get a deal. That is bad. Not saying it's true, but that's the word that's going around now on numerous platforms. I can't believe it. They're desperate for a deal. They're starting to budge. And Iran is probably saying, look, they're budging. Let's wait more. They'll probably even compromise even more later on. This is crazy. Cuba has received more than 300 drones, I can't say the first word, likely from Iran, and is preparing to use them against the U.S. base in Guantanamo, U.S. Navy vessels, and the Florida Keys in case of an American attack. Axios is reporting that. This is turning into a disaster. I hope that's not true. I hope that's not true. Workers are building tents for an unidentified event in the South Lawn. What's up, Witch Moon? I hope that what I'm reading is not true, that we're gonna now, because before it was zero enrichment, now we're caving in and allowing them, but it's one facility. They didn't say that in that one. It's one facility allowing it to enrich uranium for domestic purposes. But to say that they're going to give them, because I read it was less than a quarter of frozen assets would be released during negotiations. That could be estimated 20 to 25 billion. You're going to give Iran 20 to 25 billion when you got their economy. So what the fuck is the sense of a naval blockade if you're trying to make them collapse economically, but you're going to give them 20 to 25 billion in unfrozen assets? That makes no sense to me. Just to get a deal. Just to open the strait. It's going to cost us 25 billion? Something is not right here. And I hope that what I'm reading now is not true. Because if it is true, I am going to be absolutely sick. Oh, God. And it's spreading. That Wall Street Journal nuclear article. Okay. Uncle Lindsay made a comment to NBC News in an interview this morning. I think the status quo is hurting us all. The longer the Strait of Hormuz is closed, the more we try to pursue a deal that never happens, the stronger Iran gets. I agree on everything he just said. There's nothing to suggest that the people in charge now are any different in terms of the regime's goal to terrorize the world, destroy Israel, come after us. What President Trump has been doing has been amazing militarily, but there's more targets to be had, and there's things we can do to hurt Iran. That's what he said. And I know a lot of people think he's a war hawk, all that. I get it. But I agree 100% with Lindsay. 100%. 100%. Yeah, they spoke, BB and him, yeah. It is hard to believe. But is it hard to believe if you want to deal so bad? Is it hard so to believe? If you really want to deal so badly that you would compromise on a couple of positions just to get a deal done and say it's over? I won the war? Really? And then focus in on Cuba? It's not so hard to fathom. War is over. Strait is open. Iran is controlling the strait. That's it. We're going to have to deal with that. That's what I just said. Warhawk Lindsay. What's up, Jimmy? So let's see how this latest nonsense is going to move forward. Because this is just crazy now. This is really crazy. I don't even know how to react anymore. Because every day it's another thing. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. Oh, UAE Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister told IAEA Chief Rafael Grossi that the UAE had the full right to respond to terrorist attacks after a drone strike caused a fire in an electrical generator outside their nuclear power plant. He added that targeting civilian facilities and vital infrastructure was a flagrant violation of international law, so the UAE is pissed. This is why you can't trust the Pakistanis. I don't understand this Pakistani involvement either. Iranian Parliament Speaker Ghalibaf, by the way, he's now assigned to China. He's been reassigned. Thanked Pakistan's government and people for supporting Iran during war with the United States and Israel in a meeting with Pakistan's Interior Minister in Tehran. U.S. CENTCOM said on Sunday that U.S. forces had redirected 81 commercial vessels and disabled 4 since the blockade began April 13th. CENTCOM said the USS Tripoli Amphibious Ready Group was enforcing the blockade in the Arabian Sea. What about the Chinese vessels? What about the Chinese vessels that are slipping by? And I keep saying it, the Caspian Sea action. What's next in your opinion? Is it looking for more attacks, a regime change, or deal? Oh, God. That is the question, Jimmy. If it was me, if I was in charge, my goal is opening that strait, knocking all those mosquito fleet boats out of commission, attacking the coastline as much as I can near the Strait of Hormuz. If necessary, I would put ground troops to make sure it is secured, not permanently, just to do an operation to get those fuckers off the coastline so they can't threaten the shipping in the Persian Gulf or the Strait of Hormuz or the Gulf of Oman. I would not leave them there indefinitely or for a long period of time because they're going to be targets of drones and missiles. But I definitely want to destroy whatever they have there, the capacity to keep threatening the Strait of Hormuz, while Israel goes and attacks whatever's left of the regime. And I mean targeting, assassinating the leaders left in the regime. And that goes for all the factions of the regime, including the Mouse Jr. Cardboard Man, the IRGC, Vahidi, the Supreme Council, the Assembly of Experts, the Parliament, every fucking name that you've heard, I want them all gone. Let Israel, they have a list, let them do it. We need to focus on the strait. Forget about the uranium. Forget about the uranium. That's a mission that's too high risk. It's going to cost, I'm afraid, about the casualties for that. No. If you destroy the regime and you bring down the regime for real and cause that chaos within, things will fall into place for the Iranian people to take action. That might open up the Strait of Hormuz a lot faster. That might give us access to the uranium, enriched uranium supposedly buried. That would happen faster than the shit that's going on now. Go after these names. All the names you hear about. Go after them. Take them out. Really destroy the regime. Not the bullshit gaslight that we've been told regime change has occurred. No. That's what I would do. Now, what's going to happen? It looks like they are dying for a deal. Deal, 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 deal. All these people, yes, deals are progressing. Deal, 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 deal. Time is going by. Deal, deal, deal. Prices are going up. Deal, deal, deal. I mean, and even if you do military action, there's no guarantee that's going to bring Iran to the table to negotiate with you like they're in a surrender situation. That doesn't guarantee anything. Unless you do the right thing and you take them all out. That's the only way. I can't take it. That's why I can't take it. And my blood pressure goes up because I'm going to tell you this. I don't blame the president. I do not blame the president. I blame the people around him who's giving him this advice on how to move forward in this since the beginning, since day one. Whoever it is, that's who I hold accountable. That's who I hold accountable. Whoever these so-called war planners were, not the military. Militaries are given options. They're giving you options. You could do this, 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 but somebody's giving them the orders to take that action. They're following orders. They're providing them with options. It's up to somebody to make those decisions, to take out those, to decide on the option. So I'm not blaming the military at all. Zero. The decision makers is who I'm blaming, because it's been a shit show. For real. And this has nothing to do with politics. This has to do with the reality of the situation up to this point. And people could defend it because they're dug in. People will be against it because they're dug in. Whatever. But looking at this from a practical sense, this is a shit show. And tell that to the Iranian people. Tell that to the Israelis who are waiting. Everybody's waiting. And they know from the 12th day how they wanted to keep it going, but were told to stop. And they're not going to let that happen again. They're not going to let that happen again. Israel may act unilaterally because they're not just going to wait till somebody decides to give them a so-called green light. Do you blame them? It is a massive shit show. And it is, and I don't care if you're a Democrat, Republican, Independent, whatever. Call it for what it is. It's a shit show. And people are making excuses. Oh, it's all part of the plan. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's 4D chess. Screw that. It ain't working. Change the game. Change the defense mechanism where excuses are made on and on and on and on. Pass. Every corner, somebody's willing to give a pass. Accountability is important. In any administration, in any environment, in any setting, this is a freaking shit show. For so many reasons. So either it's going to end up really bad, or maybe by some miraculous thing, I'm still hopeful that maybe this can be turned around and still we can see Iran have the opportunity to be free from the regime and the region in peace and stable and peace between Israel and Iran. The true geopolitical outcome that benefits everyone, including us, in so many ways, strategically, economically, because you think about it, Iran turns into a democratic state. You see all these bases that were hit, and God only knows how much it's going to cost if we even decide to keep all those bases that were hit, how much that's going to cost to rebuild them. Forget about that question. Imagine just having simply bases in Iran. China won't like that, neither will Russia. But strategically, that makes more sense. So from a national security point, that's a big deal. Economically, you don't think the United States helping to free Iran is not going to get inside track on the economic rebuilding or development or oil or the resources? The United States could put itself in a great position economically in the investment in Iran. And I know people say it's all about the oil. Oh, it's part of it. But it's going to cost a lot to rebuild Iran's infrastructure. U.S. companies can be preferential in that situation. Business opportunities. It's off the scale. But no. And I know, like I've been saying constant, we're all suffering higher prices. I get all that. We could walk away from it right now. What's it going to do to the region? It's going to be worse. It's going to be way worse than starting this campaign. What was it for? You didn't get the uranium. You said nuclear. You might have decimated them militarily, but they're still intact. The regime survives. You didn't get the enriched uranium that you've been begging for. They're still going to have the capacity to produce enriched uranium because you're not going to stop that because they're going to keep doing that. What kind of deal are you going to make? What kind of bailout you going to do to make a deal? That's what scares me. What are you willing to compromise? Now I'm hearing word that they're going to lift frozen assets worth maybe 25 billion. Are you crazy? That we're going to allow them to enrich uranium at a 3.67% at, I think it's one facility. So now that's out the window. Zero enrichment is out the window. So we're starting to see bending by the United States. Is this what I'm starting to see? They're caving in a little bit. And people say, no, they're not caving in. Oh, yes, they are. Oh, yes, they are, because he's desperate for a deal. A deal that may not be going on because you don't know who the hell you're talking to. And the upper psychos in the regime are never going to agree because they think they got you by the balls. Because of the Strait. If they didn't have the Strait, where would Iran be right now? Where would they be? Powerless, unless they brought up the nuclear card. Where would they be right now if they didn't have the Strait and holding it hostage? So, just looking at this from a realistic point of view, this is a shit show. Look, at this point, either you do something and you hit the right targets and you really decimate them the right way, or just make the fucking deal, end it. Say you won, say you destroyed their navy, they're going to take years for them to rebuild their navy, their missiles, all this shit. Israel's not going to go with that bullshit. But you could say it. You could say you won the war, you ended the war, the strait's back open, flow starts, prices come down, everybody's happy. But the regime will be emboldened and they'll be worse than ever. You made the situation way worse. You made the United States look weak. China's watching, our adversaries are watching. You effed up and you made the situation worse, not better. So those are the outcomes. Bottom line, somebody could put sugar on it and try to sweeten it and spin it. That's the reality. There's no other way here. Somebody tell me that there's some other kind of possibility here. Oh, the other possibility. Iran totally surrenders and caves in to every demand by the United States. Is that what you're hoping for? This is not Venezuela. This is not people that are rational. These are people that are cray-cray jihadists, holy war, destroy America, the great Satan, destroy Israel. This is their goal. Forget about the attempts that they've done to our people here. These are cray-cray people. You're not dealing with rational people here. And I don't get it. I just don't get it. Unless people really see it for what it is, the reality of it. It is bad. I do not see a good outcome here. I pray for the miraculous outcome. I'm still hopeful that that can happen. But every day, every week, every month that goes by, I don't know. Yeah, my blood pressure is going up. I can't take it. That's why I don't like talking about this every day. Because until something really develops, we could sit here and speculate and say, okay, this, that, this. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I'm afraid to know what's going on behind the scenes. I'm afraid to know what's going on behind the scenes and how we're capitulating and probably compromising to try to get a deal. Because if any side is trying to compromise for a deal, it's our side, not the Iranian side. They think they got us because of the Strait. That's it. So we got to do something about it. If we don't do something about it, then we don't do nothing about it. But for the American people and for the global community at stake, for the prices, you may just have to swallow it, walk away, get the best deal you can, and just end this nonsense. And then you can play with Cuba. That's the way I'm looking at it. Right, Kevin? Kevin says, yeah, that's why I stopped paying attention to it, Bill. At this point, I'm just waiting for it to happen or for it to never happen. That's where I'm at. I'm tired of this. And then the rhetoric. Oh, he's talking again. He's talking about Stone Age and blowing up power plants and bridges. And he said this before. Bombs away, all this. He just keeps on talking. But will he do it? And if he does it, does he know that we're ready again? And we're going to hit some targets and we're going to make the region pay. And they're going to blame you when we hit all their oil infrastructure. So it doesn't matter if the strait's open because there's not going to be any oil to fucking produce and export because they're all going to be destroyed. That's a potential outcome. Then what happens? It doesn't matter if the strait's open because there's nothing going to be flowing out of the strait. Iran's threatened their Arab partners, not partners, the other Arab countries, we will destroy your energy infrastructure. And even possibly their water desalination plants. They've threatened it. And it doesn't look like we can yet stop their drones or missiles from coming in. I hope that we have resupplied any defensive countermeasures to help protect these places. Because that's going to be one of the first things they target. They could even target the vessels themselves in the Persian Gulf. Set the Persian Gulf on fire with all these anchored tankers. Imagine that. These are cray people. They're capable of anything. You think they care about lives on board these vessels? They'll destroy them. They'll sink them right where they sit. Set them on fire. They don't care. They'll do anything. Desperate measures. And we haven't even seen the Houthis play around with the Strait going into the Red Sea yet. What happens if that starts? So this is far from being resolved and far from a solution. And I don't know what their game plan is. I don't think anybody knows. I don't even know if they know. Because one side wants... It's almost like this. They talk about Iran being in conflict internally. Not anymore. It's clear who's running the show now. The IRGC, Vahidi, the hardliners. It's obvious. But here, you've got people saying, Republicans, Lindsay's one of them, we need to strike now. We need to finish the job. Then others, we need diplomacy to work. So what's going on in this country? Everybody's on the same page here. So we talk about Iran having conflict within their government, and we don't know who we're talking to. Well, over here, one side wants to destroy, the other side wants to negotiate. What's the difference? Because it's more civil? The bottom line still stands. A few, we know the names, want to keep trying to make diplomacy work by trying to talk to people who are imaginary that you could work with. They still want to try this. And then there's others that are saying, enough's enough. Let's finish the job. And there are a few Republicans that have said that publicly. We need to finish the job. Then there's others that are supporting diplomacy for a deal, which I don't understand. They're just following the line, towing the line, because that shit doesn't make sense. So what the hell is going on here in this country? We're not divided like everything else. They don't even know what they want to do. Diplomacy, or does he strike? And if he strikes, then what happens afterwards? Does that bring them to the table? Like Marco Rubio said, we may have to do the military option to bring them back to the table. Is that what we're going to plan? And then what happens when that happens? And Iran doesn't come to the table. What, we're going to hit him again? And again? And again? How long does that take? Weeks? Months? What's the plan? Somebody tell me what the plan is. Because obviously, nobody knows what the hell's going on. Oh, I have a plan. So, really? What is that plan? Let negotiations go on? Do we need more time to prepare over there? I don't think so. Matter of fact, how long are you going to keep these people out there in the Persian Gulf on those ships? You think time is endless in this situation for the men and women in our military just to keep being out there? Thank God the Ford got home. Now you got the Bush out there. You still got the Lincoln out there. Lincoln's been out there for a while. And that's not even counting that it came from the Caribbean. Oh, that was the Ford. Or was the Lincoln? I get confused. It's been so fucking crazy. It's driving me nuts. Do you know that this is driving me nuts? This is driving me nuts. I can't imagine what the Iranian people are going through. I can't imagine. I can't imagine what the Israeli people are going through. What is going on? Are we going to do anything or we're not going to do anything? What are we doing? Thomas, I have to tell you, I agree with you. And that's what concerns me, Thomas. And you see, that's just being brutally honest about assessing and looking at this. Hindsight is always that 20/20 nonsense. Looking back is easy to talk, coulda, shoulda, woulda. I get it. But still, you have to look at this. And where we're at right now, deadlock, this is, I don't even know. I don't know. Good morning, Navy Mom. And blessings, you know, as always. And yeah, I saw you in Goldie and Armin's stream with Helmet and Amir. And that's good because we have to keep it going on in the community. Because I was watching on the TV. But I couldn't chat because I was watching it on the TV. I saw the pop out. So this, something, we have to have a clear message. Now, for me, the message is clear for me. Like I said, going hard. Hit the coastal areas of the Strait of Hormuz, all up and down the Persian Gulf, Gulf of Oman. Hit it hard. If necessary, clean out whatever's left with a limited ground operation on the coastal areas of the strait. And I mean limited and for a limited time, because they're going to be definitely targeted by Iran. We don't want casualties, but it may come to that, to put a limited ground operation to clean up those mosquito boats, the personnel hiding anywhere. You may have to go in. I want all that eliminated, like day one should have been. Meanwhile, like I said, let the Israelis go on the Mossad list, take out each name on that list, as many as you can, to weaken the Iranian government. The people that we hear the names all the time in the news, that are the ones that are making what you think are the decisions in Iran, will go after them. Starting with Vahidi. That's what I would do. Now, it's easier said than done because we don't know how much their air defenses have been re-implemented. We don't know what their missile capability is now that they undug them and hid them. Launchers, missiles, drones. Who God only knows. So we're going to have to deal with that again to get air superiority. Forget about air supremacy. I'll be happy with air superiority. So there's things that have to be done still if we're going to even go in again. Drones are going to be flying in because they're going to target Israel again. They're going to target the Arab countries again. They're going to see the same thing. Oh my God. So that's why, like I said, I don't know. Jimmy, you asked the question. I can't tell you the answer because I have no idea how this is going to play out. I don't even think our government knows how they want to play it out. I know what Bibi wants to do. He wants to unleash unholy hell again in Iran. It's clear. Are you serious, Lobo? Sources: Metro Iranian state TV host fires at UAE flag. They're just sick. But you've seen the videos probably on Tusi and Goldie and Armin, how they were on state TV, like trying to show people how to arm themselves and use them and all that. It's propaganda video. It's to be expected. They're gonna do shit like that because that's arming the pro regime people. But I hope that the other people are paying attention too. The resistance. I hope they're getting armed. I hope they're getting ready. I know the Immortal Guard, the resistance on the ground, working along with the Mossad or CIA or whatever. I hope they have a fighting chance at some point. I really do. But it's one thing to be optimistic. It's also one thing to be realistic. Realistically, you hear everybody, hoping that this is happening inside Iran. This is happening. They're about to fall. This is, Really? If the United States walks away right now and makes a deal, you're going to still say those things? You still think you have a chance to create an uprising to take over that regime and the IRGC? Do you really? It's hopeful. It's optimism. It's not practical. It's not realistic. They'll just be shot down again. As long as you got that IRGC and the threat of the use of military forces against the people, it would be ugly. It would be horrific. Nobody wants to see that. Exactly. All right, Jimmy, raise the point. Go ahead. Go for it, Jimmy. It's not getting better the longer they wait what they need to do. What is better now before war starts? Heard you come in. I was clearing up the kitchen. I'm going outside to enjoy this beautiful day. I'm not sitting in here. It's actually getting warm in here. That means it's getting really warm out there. I'm not going bike riding. I'm going to enjoy the outdoors, maybe the pool. Enjoy a beautiful Sunday here. And bring my blood pressure back down. Because this gets me so riled up. Because if this was done right, and it ends right, it's unbelievable. You got to remember, you're talking about a region for decades. Decades. If not thousands of years, though, but decades. And you have the opportunity to actually create stability and peace in the region. And like I said, some countries may never recognize Israel as a state. But at least they live side by side and work together and have relations. Doesn't necessarily mean they'll recognize them, because they still consider Israel a threat. Some of them. After Iran. They said it. They stated that. But at least to have Iran, let's say Reza Pahlavi is in the transitional government, and he's the spokesperson, he's the leader, so to speak, of this transition. And he not immediately, but like within days or weeks recognizes, or maybe immediately recognizes Israel as a state. That is a huge, huge game changer for the region and the proxies and the constant barrage and threat that the Israeli people live under. And war. That's almost like unbelievable. The region changes so dramatically. The Middle East. And there's other benefits included, I'm just saying that's a big deal. That is huge. But I don't know if that's going to happen. I think the regime, right now, I think that regime is going to survive. I hate to say it. I don't want it. I don't want that to be true. But the way things are going, it looks like the regime might actually survive. And that is so bad for so many reasons moving forward. You think you're going to... You have a great opportunity right now, pretty much one in a lifetime, to destroy and remove this regime. And if we blow this opportunity, we may never get this opportunity again for those people or for the region. If we to blow this opportunity, that it was a gamble some were willing to take, but if you blow it, it's going to be worse than when it's before it started. So that's it. It's as simple as that. It's going to be worse. I don't care about the past. I don't care about other stories, but this happened back then, this happened. It's about the now, and it's about the future. Fuck the past. Yeah, the past may have led up to certain things that lead up to now, but it's about the now and how we move from the now to the future. Forget about all that. I don't think anybody's... I mean, there could be some people that are using it for political points or whatever. That means nothing now. Where are we now? What do we do now? How do we make this right moving forward? That's where we're at. What? This is breaking. It's coming from an Israeli reporter. I don't know if this is true. I do not know if this is true, but it's coming from an Israeli reporter. I don't know. An Israeli reporter's putting this out there. After almost 2 years in office, the Prime Minister of Britain is planning to resign, according to the Daily Mail. Under his premiership, and okay, we know about the details. He failed to protect Jewish communities, blah, blah, blah. That's why they're talking about it. Or stand firmly against those who imported extremism. Britain needs a leader with a backbone. I agree. Is this true? You're right, Thomas. They thought that regime change simply by removing the leader, the Ayatollah, was going to change everything. Obviously, it didn't. You're absolutely correct on that. I got to go to the Daily Mail. I hope they... So you got to be careful when you put things... I'm not seeing that article. Oh, this is the U.S. edition. If somebody can see if the Daily Mail did say that, that was an Israeli reporter putting that out there. According to the Daily Mail. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. Unless they put it on an X account or something. I'm not seeing that. I'm going to look. Is he going to resign? It's what this Eric Doherty's he's putting. Now, he usually posts a lot of stuff, but he's posting about it. It is coming from the Daily Mail. This is a report from Dan Hodges, a political commentator at the Daily Mail. It is pure speculation, should not be presented as fact. It's his commentary. He says his sources. I found it. Dan Hodges, my sources tell me Keir has decided to stand down, but he'll do it on his terms. they want me to pay. And I'm not doing it. Because it's their Plus account. So that's who reported it. Kier has decided to stand down. I can't read it because they want me to pay for it. See it? Oh my God. So that's what the speculation is out there by that columnist in the Daily Mail. Wow. What's up, Jack and Danny? Yo-Yo. Yeah, but it's, let me see when it broke, this news. Yeah, it was yesterday. You're right. It was yesterday. Yes. You're correct. Well, we'll see. This was 19 hours ago. Oh, so you're right. Yesterday. But a lot of people are doubting this person writing this article. Of course, you're going to have that. Both sides. We'll see. I guess time will tell. But they say that's speculation right now, that it's sources, like they don't know if that's credible. We'll see. I guess, like I said, time will tell. Yeah, that's all. That was all yesterday. I'm looking. There's nothing new. I have it off screen. There's nothing else on that. You know, and they keep talking shit, the Iranians. Oh, God, I can't take it. The rhetoric is just nonstop. But it's rhetoric. It's nonsense. Spokesman for Iran's Parliament National Security and Foreign Policy Committee said the United States must either accept Tehran's conditions or surrender to our missiles. So tiring, their rhetoric garbage. U.S. President Donald Trump spoke by phone with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and discussed Iran, Axios reported on Sunday, citing an Israeli official. Wonder how that phone call went. Lindsay's doing the wall hawk dance right now. He says he's calling for more military action to happen. But that's Lindsay. That's Lindsay being Lindsay, always. Could you imagine if he was president? Oh my gosh. I don't know if I want him holding on to the nukes. Oh my. So yeah, that's what's going on. And it's 12 something. I'm going out into my pool now. I'm done just sitting here and baking inside. It's hard to understand me. I am low. But it's not going to matter much, Daryl, because I'm leaving. I'm going in my swimming pool. Oh, maybe not in the pool, but I'm going to go enjoy this beautiful day. Let me check my sound on the computer. It might have readjusted. There was an update in the background. It does that. Oh, it's still showing 100. Testing. It's better. It's not worth it. I'm going to go enjoy myself. This is stressing me again. I'm going to go enjoy the beautiful day outside, smoke some chicken, check the pool. Oh, well, be that way then. Oh, my God. Daryl, you're too funny. But, I mean, it is a beautiful day here. It's going to be 90. I'm starting to sweat sitting here. And the baby bears were out yesterday afternoon. Yeah, the baby bears. Really babies. These are like little cubs. The cutest thing with mama bear, that's not good. But yeah, look how beautiful it is outside. It's gorgeous outside. It's a beautiful day. I don't even see a cloud. So you think I want to sit here? Absolutely not. Get the chicken going. And yesterday, and then I'm leaving. Neighbors. The babies. The bear. This was yesterday afternoon. 0.3 miles away. Jesus Christ. So close. That's just too close. And these are babies. Look at them. 3 of them. Mama with her 3 little bears. Look at them. Look at this. Not even a half a mile away. Not even, well, a quarter of a mile away. They're in the area. I could just see myself being in the pool and I see a bear with her little babies coming on the pool side. I would freak out. You see the date, 5/17/602. This was last night. Look at that. 3 little bears. And they are tiny. Look at that. Look how cute they look. Cute, but not something you want to go up to. Mama bear? Not a good idea. Not a good idea. They look adorable, though. Look at them. Little pups. Adorable. From a distance. Not necessarily I want to go up and say hello personally, but they're in the area. That was 0.3 miles away. They're in the area. So you got to be careful going out there. That's why I'm always careful, because you never know. Those are the 3 new little bears. There's 3 cubs out there that are a little older. Now he wants to come in the room. You hear him? There are 3 others. So that makes 6 now that I know that are in the area. 6. The other ones are older. The cubs. I don't even know if they're with the mama anymore. This is a new set. Oh my gosh. Get a pizza oven inserted for the smoker. Anyway, yeah, the baby bears, you saw them? Navy mom? Yeah, it'll keep mama busy. Anyway, I'm getting out of here. I'm going outside and enjoying this beautiful day. Love to everybody. Be well, be blessed, be safe. Have a great rest of your day, afternoon, evening, whatever it is. I'm going poolside. I'm going to put some music on. If I can't go in the pool, I'm going to lay in the sun for a little while. Then a little while, put the smoker on, make some chicken breast with some rub. I got potato salad already done. Oh, let's go. Alrighty, everybody. Have a great rest of your day. Great afternoon. Be well, be blessed, be safe.